Good day and good evening and welcome to Smol Kai's Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're probably, hopefully, reaching level 80 with Dark Knight. I can't imagine we wouldn't make that. I'm pretty sure we left on like 80% through level 77. But before we start leveling Dark Knight, there is a new event going on, the Valentione event. Well, it's not new, but it's there's a new emote, which we want, of course, which we will do first. Then we will do Dark Knight leveling, and when we reach level 80, we will do all of the tank role quests of Shadowbringers. And once we've done that, let's see what time it is, and maybe we'll do some more leveling. With that said, hey Thomas, hey Rust, hey Yimi, and hey Gazel, hope you're all doing very well. Apparently the queue is of 5 people was rather long. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well as well. Oh, right. We also had to clear our equipment, or clear our inventory. No level ups. Back in the fields with you. Is this worth anything? Apparently it is worth something. Are you worth something? You are not? I don't believe any of you are either, and I don't bother checking. Maybe this one? Not really. Zarf says, I just queued 30 minutes to Puppet's Bunker. Are you still in the queue? Oh, Rust, I think you're 1 minute late or something. I said we're doing that first. We are doing that first. We are, of course, also not doing any more of the repeatable near quests on account of we finished last week. Are we in the Crystarium right now? We should really be going to let's see. We should go to the gold saucer to get rid of the cards, and then go to Gridania to get rid of the equipment we don't need. There's actually more equipment that we don't need in my inventory than I initially thought, but we'll figure that out when we get there. But first, drop off the cards. Also, hey Zarf and Bibi and Ham, I hope you're all doing very well. Drop that, and then you can save a little bit of money by, instead of taking the teleport directly, you take the airship back. Unless you have to go to Ul'dah, in which case it's free. Send Kai back to the coal mine. Oh. Is that what she does in between weeks, or does she actually just sleep? Who really knows? Don't think we need this anymore. Or this. Oh. Nep's here. Just fly by grabbing people on the way. What other gear do we not need? Oh, apparently I have a lot of pieces that that just got like thrown by the wayside, or rather I have a lot of pieces that I never got replaced. That is surprising. Get rid of some of these, I guess. So many rings. Da, 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 da. I guess we'll have to buy. What do we need? Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well. Also, hey Vivi, hope you're doing well as well. Right, the Valentione event. Perfect for a love night. She looks perfectly ready to spread the love in the world with this great sword. I'm pretty sure the quest just starts over here. Hello there, friend. Can you feel that? Love is in the air, just waiting to be snatched up by questing hands. Questing hands? That means Valentione's day is upon us once more, and I, Astrid de Valentione, and my fellow emissaries are here to support all who would avail themselves of this bounty. Oh, but I know you, Caetsu. Forgive me, I do get so caught up in my introduction. It is an absolute pleasure to see you again. Come to think of it, an intrepid adventurer like you might be just what I require. Might I ask a favor of you? A fellow emissary by the name of Emilie departed earlier to prepare a little surprise for our festivities, you see, but she's been gone for quite some time. I would like you to make sure she hasn't gotten herself into trouble. I would go myself or ask one of my associates to check up on her, but all are busy guiding our love-starved revelers. Will you do me this favor? I am in your debt. Before she left, Emilie said she would be practicing under the tree near Fineries. No doubt you will find her there. Thank you. Let's do that. Leveling in Persona 3. Is that very grindy, Vivi? We found her. If I shift the angle just the teensiest bit, I bet I can triple the cuteness factor. No, quadruple it. Math cuteness? Whoa. Oh, it's you. What brings you here, Caetsu? Ah, so Astrid asked you to check on me. I appreciate you coming on her behalf. I suppose you're wondering what I've been practicing here, so far away from prying eyes. Patience, my friend, patience. Is that what you've been practicing? If you truly wish to see what I've been cooking up, pray come to Miketo's amphitheater. That's just where we were. So the new meta is every time I'm standing somewhere in a cutscene with an NPC, there's just a little group. Hey law-abiding Pokemon, I hope you're doing well. You brought her back as promised. Thank you, Caetsu. She intends to demonstrate her, what did she call it? Right, love heart, on stage in just a moment. You can be part of her very first audience. Whoa! Incredible! Spectacular! That was, yes, cute. So this is what you've been working on. The Gridanians are reserved people who had long been reluctant to openly express their feelings to one another. Yet I believe it is of utmost importance that we open our hearts to those we hold dear. In this season of love most of all, now is the time for everyone to shed their fears and wear their affections on their sleeve. That's what inspired me to come up with the love heart. I can only hope this simple expression is enough to motivate people to act. Whoa! Don't just shoot that at people at random, Emilie. You have to warn about that one. Well, it certainly appears to have made an impression. Navigating matters of love is oft a nerve-wracking task even for the boldest of us. Yet with this gesture, I believe you've given the townsfolk the perfect means to convey their feelings. Emilie, I encourage you to go about the city and perform the pose before any you might find floundering in the ocean of love. Go on and ignite the passion in their hearts. Leave it to me. Would you mind lending a hand as well, Caetsu? As an adventurer, I'm sure you've touched the hearts of many. There are doubtless few more qualified to guide others in pursuing and realizing their passion. Wonderful! Now, before we set forth, I would ask you to remain on the stage for a while so we can judge your pose. Considering the import of our mission, I'm afraid we can't leave until it is flawless. And apparently it's very exhausting. My, I am equal amounts impressed and envious that you managed to perfect the gesture in so short a time. It took me ages just to get the hands right. Ideally, I would like you both to get started immediately, yet I do wish we had another emissary. Then how serendipitous it is that I am here to offer my services. Lisette? How long has it been, my friend? Too long, surely. You have my personal gratitude for assisting Astrid with his celebration. Yes, well, pleased though I am for your offer, should you not be enjoying the festivities with your beloved? My adorable Astrid, though I may have relinquished the burden of leadership, I have not abandoned my duty as a herald of love. You said yourself that you lacked for capable help, and I am here, yes? As a daughter of House Valentione, I cannot stand by as the flames of ardor dwindle. Let her help, Astrid. It might be just what she needs before her rendezvous with Hortefance. Emilie, I told you about that in confidence. Ha, so that's the way of it. In that case, your aid is most welcome. Well, with that settled, let us go forth and quicken the seeds of romance yet to sprout throughout Gridania. Pray teach me this pose of yours, Emilie. It's going to be hard with those. Yes, ma'am. Might I suggest we split up? Our adventurer friend here can handle old Gridania, whilst Lizzie and I cover new Gridania. Given the season, you should no doubt find more than one individual who is flummoxed by their feelings. Strike our pose before these lost souls, and with an outpouring of love, grant them the courage to tell what's in their hearts. There are a few areas in particular I'd like you to visit once you're ready. Just say the word and we can begin. And I'm almost certain some players went, thank you, and just left at this point. Well, that's the emote, that's why we're here. And just left. Hey, Splitzacula, hope you're doing well. And also, Vyak. Be careful with that emote. It is quite a powerful emote, isn't it? Right then, the quest. Ready? Wonderful! I've marked out a few locations in the area where people tend to mingle. I'm confident you will find more than a few individuals in need of a little push. Show them your best rendition of the love heart to give them the courage they need. There's one right over here. It's not the size of the sword, but how you swing it in everyone's faces. Not false, at least. Take this! That is an adorable pose, but why show it to me? That is actually a really, really reasonable question. You meant to encourage me. That is very kind of you, but I'm afraid I find the prospect of confession daunting. Though, I could ask him his professional opinion on which vegetables are most suited to be cut into heart shapes. A completely natural question considering the spirit of Valentione's day, yes? Truth be told, I've had my eye on him for some time now. I simply didn't know how to approach. But thanks to your unique motivation, I finally found the inspiration I needed. Now it occurs to me, how did the heart become associated with Valentione's day in the first place? I hope to no figure he doesn't ask me. Why hearts? He says. You know, because festivities and stuff. Look, it's a dejected lad. Take this. You pose quite the pose. I see. It's a symbol of love, a call to bear one's heart, scars and all. My beloved stormed off earlier because I was terribly late for our rendezvous. I dared not tell her the reason for fear it would vex her further. I had been so preoccupied selecting a gift for her that I lost track of the time. I must apologize to her and explain myself. Thank you for helping me to see that, my friend. Mayhap there is time yet for Valentione's Day miracle. Incredible what we can say with just this. Just a little emote. It's the new speedrunning strat. Just like be in a group with like an army of scholars just giving you permanent experience. Wow! Stop that! What manner of strange gesticulation have you just accosted me with? A curse? Nay, an insult? Explain yourself this instant. Oh, excuse me. I need to be brave enough to express my feelings. Are you claiming that I, a proud lance of the Wood Whalers, lack courage of all things? Well, you would be right. I'm too craven to invite someone to a simple meal, but your gesture, now that I understand its intent, has kindled my warrior spirit. I will carry out this task as if it was my sworn duty. My thanks, adventurer, and forgive me for assuming the worst. That is actually a fair point. The entire storyline of the Lancer quest line is basically like courage and stuff. You've taught the townsfolk to remain steadfast in the face of love and inspired them to act. Report the results of your efforts to Astrid at Miketo's amphitheater. We've never seen a Lancer lacking courage. No, they have absolutely all the courage they'll ever need, because what happens is when they reach and become a dragoon, they have so much courage in their heart, they'll backflip off a cliff just to show you that they're brave enough to do it. You're back! Seeing as my sister has yet to return, might I ask you and Emilie to recount how you fared in the meantime? Well, I found the pose to be eye-catching if nothing else, perhaps even embarrassingly so, even though it was I who invented it. Regardless, I'm proud to say folk were practically lining up to see it. What about you, Caetsu? And then I told what happened for me. Apparently not important. I see. Whilst I'm glad to hear others were spurred to action, it saddens me slightly that some do not know the origins of Valentione's Day symbol, the heart. Which makes me wonder, are you two aware of how it came to be associated with Valentione's Day? It has something to do with House Valentione, I think? Maybe. What else would it be? Indeed, but that only scratches the surface. Allow me to elaborate. It all began with... Oh. Blap. Lisette, heavens, your face is white as a sheet. What's wrong? Horsephants. I saw him speaking with a woman in the Carline canopy. They were alone together, speaking intimately. You don't suppose it was... Oh, God, you don't suppose it was a tryst, do you? Absolutely not. You know Horsephants would never be unfaithful to you. Nay, purge the very thought from your mind. I know, but when I saw him and that woman whispering to each other like they were in their own little world, my heart stopped. Before I knew it, I was running from the sight of them as fast as my legs would take me. Love is the fruit born of bravery. Have you forgotten these words, Lisette? They are our words, passed down by our ancestors, Countess Arabelle de Valentione. She summoned the courage to pursue love through all manner of hardship. I will say, having seen how this symbol is supposed to look, this is lacking a lot of detail. Like, there's something missing here. And she was not merely a countess, but also a warrior true. Nord symbolizes what she fought for more than her crimson shield, forged in the shape of a heart. The symbol is a source of courage. Remember that. Yeah, the heart for one. It doesn't even look like a heart. Thank you, Astrid. You're right. Countess Arabelle would be mortified to see her progeny act with such cowardice. I must honor her legacy. I am ready. Horsephants, if he intends to elope with another woman and live to tell the tale, he has another think coming. Yes, that's what we're saying apparently. I am clueless as to the nature of Horsephant's connection with this mystery woman, but I dare say Lisette needs friends by her side. Might I prevail upon you both to join her? But of course, leave it to us. I'm pretty sure, like, 5 minutes ago you said you were short-staffed, and now you're sending basically 3 to do something one person could do. You have my gratitude. I place her in your capable hands. We'd better hurry. She said Horsephants and this unknown woman were in the Carline canopy. I'm sure that's where she's headed. No, look, an ether shard. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. This is the reason why they're short on hands. Because they're just like, something's happening over there. Like, send, like, I don't know, 8 people to do that. Surely that won't be wasteful. Horsephants, who, that woman. Gods, she's lost control of her tongue. What should we do? Love is the fruit born of bravery. We just talked about that 2 minutes ago, Lisette. 2 minutes ago. Horsephants, Pastoral, for what reason do you intimate yourself with this comely young maiden, knowing full well that another has entrusted her future to you? What? Well, have you naught to say for yourself? It would seem nerves cause Lisette to fall back into the mannerisms of her noble upbringing. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. This is all a misunderstanding. I came to Hotterfern's for counsel, as I admire the devoted relationship he has with you. I was hoping he could offer me advice in nurturing a similar bond with the one I adore. Well, isn't that awkward? This is it, my love. My first thought was that you could not bear to wait another moment for our meeting, but now I see you could not bear the thought of me with another. 'Tis as if the very Fury herself stands before me, a goddess in both spirit and flesh, full of passion and devotion. Oh, what a fortunate man am I! And I regret that my actions would cause you even a moment of suffering. Please set your heart at ease, my darling. I have eyes for none but you, now and forever. I only chose a private location so this young lady could seek counsel away from eavesdroppers. Oh, that's it? Gods, I've made a complete fool of myself. Forgive me, both of you. That a lady of House Valentione should comport herself in such a way, I'm completely ashamed. If I may, my lady, I now understand why you would be upset, and I admire your bravery for confronting us. Would that I had the courage to give voice to my own feelings. Is Magni in the event? If only. I may longer be the head emissary of love, but I am as well equipped as ever to speak on matters of the heart. Are you, though? Whoa! Love is the fruit born of bravery, my dear. Though it is terrifying to bare your heart to another, it is more terrifying still to live never knowing what might have been. You must confess. I promise you the risk is worth the reward. I suppose I would regret it for the rest of my days if I never found love because I was too afraid to fight for it. You're right, my lady. I will do my best. And off she went into the world. Once again, forgive me for... Hotterfern, what's wrong? The sight of your angelic pose struck me to my very core. My heart is like to burst from my chest. I think that means he'll live. Anyway, the two of us will return and apprise Astrid of what happened here. I trust you won't mind if we inform her that you and Hotterfern will be partaking in the festivities earlier than scheduled? Well, 'twas our plan from the beginning, and it would do much to smooth over this little misunderstanding. Please extend my apologies to Astrid for any worry I might have caused. Let us return to Miketo's amphitheater and give Astrid the good news. It was a critical attack. Hey, 11. That is yeah, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, Magni could maybe might need this a little bit. Although, to be fair, Magni is not lacking for bravery. He's pretty upfront about just walking up to someone and checking them. He's lacking in other departments. Also, hey Sharo, hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm so relieved. It was all just an unfortunate misunderstanding. I must thank you for being there for my sister. It truly means the world. You deserve my thanks as well, Emilie. Don't mention it. I'm happy we were able to help. Though we've had our ups and downs, I believe we accomplished our goal of showing folk how important it is to express their feelings to those they hold dear. All in all, I'd say this Valentione's Day has been a success. Which reminds me, although my explanation of the heart's origins was interspersed with some dramatics, I take it you were able to piece together its meaning. Smol Kai like, what do you mean, piece together? Yes, indeed. A noble woman and a proud knight. Countess Arabelle's legacy lives on not only in the tradition of the Valentione's Day, but in its symbol, a beloved heart-shaped shield. See, the thing is, it does look like a heart. It's just that the blocky figures around it kind of makes it so that you have to, like, understand that, like, there's, like, the heart shape underneath them. In commemoration of her brave pursuit of love in the face of insurmountable odds, the heart came to symbolize her, and eventually the very concept of love itself, capturing the imaginations of men and women around the world. Today, while many may recognize the symbol, few know of its history. With Emilie's love heart, I believe people will become curious to know the story of our tradition, and for that, I'm overjoyed. Countess Arabelle's tale will undoubtedly give many the courage to pursue love, just as it did your sister. May we all learn from the Countess's example. I pray you and yours have a Valentione's day overflowing with affection, my friend. Ugh. Anyway. Look, it's a chair! And you might be wondering, why is that a chair? And here's a little tip for anyone who missed it. Chair here. You can buy a chair here. You can buy a heart-shaped chair here. If you want a heart-shaped chair, you can get it here. Killing blow. Who was it that requested? Someone requested that I do it too. Let me see if I can do it. How far do I have to get away from? How far do I have to get away from the camera so that I'm actually fully visible standing up? I'm not. Just straight up not. So like this. See. With the full hand. Okay, so like this. Something like that? Close enough? View count drops to 0. All passed out. Wow. Buy the chair so you have your own furniture for the Grand Cosmos. Oh, but Smol Kai doesn't have a house. Or an apartment. Right. Ham says, he at least, Magni, is not fully lacking in skill. She, I'm guessing Yustola, did admit that she has received a lot worse confessions. Yikes. Hey Zach, and Rico, and Wafers, hope you're all doing very well. What did you come into? Well, someone asked earlier in the week on the Caemmunity server that I actually do the emote. So I did. Primals don't need houses, she wouldn't fit. What is that sword actually? I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Oh, it's because it's red. I haven't seen it in that color scheme, I guess. Maybe I have never seen it. Hey Girahin, hope you're doing well. Maybe that's what he does. What she does actually. She just hangs out in someone else's house. Right. So that means that it's duty time. Since we're 8 here, it makes sense to start with the stuff we can do as 8. So let's start with Trials Roulette. cutesy Chaiji. Oh, right, food. Thank you for reminding me, Gassel. Thank you, Mia. I appreciate that. Wow! Titan! Crap. Titan has the face to make the most of the new emote? Wait, what? I think this is going to be the saddest blood weapon. Oh. Where did Gassel go? Ah! It's not the saddest blood weapon, but I lost I think one stack of it went to waste. No! 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 Well, thank you. Face only a mother could love. He just looks permanently angry. Hey V, hope you're doing well. Where's the back jump off the cliff? You see, that's actually what I thought happened. I'm guessing that is what happened. Because in the party chat, Gassel says wrong direction, so I'm guessing the back flipped in the wrong direction. Oh boy. Wait, did... Another one. Wait. Dragoons. It's pretty funny that we can turn the small Titan arena from being a problem for Dragoons to being the best thing ever, because it's hilarious that you can just backflip off the arena like that. Ymir says I tried to backflip off but I missed. What killed you then? What? if you didn't see, oh, you manually jumped. Right, so next up is normal raids. I'm guessing everyone has it. If there's anyone who does not have normal raids, we can just go over and do alliance raid instead, but I'm reasonably confident everyone in the group has it. Also level 78. That person was named Falafel. We could get Omega. Could we? Could. Depends on how many has it. Mm-mm. Yeah! Mm-hmm. Oh. Are they all on me? I don't know if they're all on me. Uh-oh. Oops. I could have done that a little bit better. Hey, Rust! 5 people alive at the end of the final boss in Puppet's Bunker. That is well, on the one hand, that sounds shocking, but on the other hand, I feel like I have seen that before. Like that, if the fight drags on for long enough, you reach like a point. Oh yeah, okay, just let my Salted Earth do nothing. That's fine. It's fine. But I have seen that before, that like, you reach some mechanic that people might not have seen that much before, and then it like reaches a breaking point where too many people get killed off. That was a nicer spread. A lot nicer. Boom. Hey, Kokuchi. Hope you're doing well. Kokuchu, sorry. Hope you're doing well. I feel like the near raids just in general has this ability to do that, but part of the reason why they have that ability is simply because people do them so little that it's very easy for mechanics to sneak up on you as a result. Right, so next we're doing alliance raids, which means we can only have one tank. Manipulator, not a fan of salts? Ah, that explains it. Hey Momo, hope you're doing well. I could imagine for most people that alliance raids like Puppet's Bunker are quite wild. Oh, not instant. Hmm. I'm thinking Circus Tower. Okay, World of Darkness then. Does the Salted Earth do more damage to mech enemies? Wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't it be interesting? Like, that's actually an interesting thing. Because one thing I do understand why MMOs have, like, gone more away from, like, enemies that are resistant to something. Because it means that, like, oh, well, if you want to be, like, a fire mage or something, you can't do that if the raid happens to be, like, a fire encounter or something. You just can't. It just sucks. So they, like, a lot of MMOs have gone more away from that over the years. But it wouldn't. I wonder if they have experimented with the idea of like specific enemies being extra, like take extra damage from specific types in like more regular content. I guess Final Fantasy XIV has done that a little bit, since there are enemies, some places that are weak to something specific. But I guess that with the kind of optimization that players always do, it wouldn't matter anyway. Because the way that the players would observe it wouldn't be, oh, this enemy is weak to fire, so it's slightly beneficial if we like use fire magic, so fire mages just have a slight advantage. No. The way that it will be viewed is anything but fire is bad. That's usually how it goes, right? So maybe it's for the best. What I mean by Final Fantasy XIV having this is that there are certain mobs in Palace of the Dead that are weak to wind magic. Specifically wind magic. And that didn't look right. More damage is more damage. Exactly. Precisely. Oh, nice! I managed to place my Dark Mind so that I had a defensive cooldown up for the laser. I predicted it by just guessing. Aren't I great? Such incredible skill, never seen before. That got a little close. I'm a Scathe Mage. If you were a Scathe Mage, would you also use Xenoglossy? Since they do the same damage type. Would you be a Scathe Mage or an unaspected damage mage? No? Okay. Only Scathe. I suppose that makes sense. If you were using other things, you would be an unaspected mage. Not now, Bitdefender. I'm busy. Kogachu says, I love getting World of Darkness on roulette. I guess it's not the worst thing to get on roulette, but it would be nice to get some more variety, wouldn't it? It is difficult, because if you bring this many players in a pre-made, then the only Alliance Raid series we know everyone will have is World of Darkness, or well, the Crystal Tower series specifically. That is also true, Emir, but in Boja, enemies are either weak to magic or physical, very specifically, like it's designed as a mechanic of like in Boja. But that is true. Similar to how in Eureka enemies are usually weak to one element and by extension resistant to another. Scathe only wouldn't even allow you to get Xenoglossy, right? Oh, that is a good point. How would you get Xenoglossy? Because you can't enter any state. Which would also mean you would run out of MP rather quickly on account of not getting Umbral Ice. Okay, then you tank the boss. I don't care. I'm killing this gate. Oh yeah, that is true. We'll get some mock terms. I'd completely forgotten about that, Emir. That would further amplify the interest in Crystal Tower. Slightly off because I angled it weird, but the important part is move the dragon to a corner. Because it takes up so much space with its cleaves if you keep it in the center. Hey Wool, hope you're doing well. It's one step at a time. Paladin is also one of the harder ones to like really feel safe as a tank, because you need like you don't have nearly as many options to keep yourself alive for so long. I'm guessing the Paladin in Alliance B is actually like either like they're a sprout. So that much I can be certain about, but they might be a first timer to the raid itself, given the gear that they have. It looked like they had the knocked gear that you're handed freely from the MSQ. There's also the possibility that it's their first time tanking it. So that would, like, both of those options would explain why it seems like they don't really know what to do with the boss once they have it. But they do know that as a tank they're supposed to have aggro, so they do start on that. But they also seem to be well enough acquainted with the concept of like tanking alongside other tanks that they seem to be very willing to relinquish the main tank spot if someone else offers. Which I think is very good. Like, if you're not sure, it's always better to let someone else take over if they're offering. Like, if they're outright offering, then no reason to try, like, to force it. And speed tank suddenly got peer reviewed. Well, I mean, it was more to say that all things considered, I think they're doing the right thing. They're trying to tank, which is better than no one doing it. But if they're not sure what to do, it's very good that they don't like do the provoke dance where they try to like insist that they're the tank even though they're not sure. That's pretty good, Wool. Oh, someone pulled in one of the groups. Here's a fun little... Oh. The Paladin is in our group. Alliance B is missing their tank. Oh no. Here's a tip, by the way. If the Howling Atomos looks at you to, like, suck you up specifically, if you hop off the arena, like, just straight up hop off it before it happens, it will simply fail to connect. And that also means that the follow-up like breath attack there will also fail, if I remember correctly. So if you just willingly step off, it won't like lock you in place like that. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes, but it's a pretty funny thing that you can do that. Well, that only happens if you take so long that the 15-second timer ends. And as far as I could see, I saw the paladin in our group before that timer had ended. Well, everyone is here. Given that it seems like... I don't know if the other tanks want to tank Cerberus. I might be unable to join in the belly this one time. The Paladin review got points taken. The stomach part is not hard. Like, it's very, very mellow. It's just that if you don't know how to do it, you're in massive trouble. Because to do it, you have to first get small. You have to get made small. And then go into the purple goop. Oh, wonderful. Yes. Become stunned over Narnia. Yes, I'm sure the people getting the chains will love that. Wow. That is like the worst possible spot Cerberus could become stunned in. Hey, Riaglita? Yeah, the weird thing there is that technically waiting until the last moment with putting the chains on Cerberus, of course, means that you get more free uptime on him. But at the same time, if the way that you go about that is you have two players just standing there with the chain, then you have -2 players attacking the boss while they're standing there with the chain. So, like, the awkward part about that is that it is actually only at, like, a general, like, benefit if you go and grab the chains as late as possible. And then also, if you fail to put the chains on, it can lead to an instant wipe, so maybe it's not worth, like, greeding too hard. You just need one player. You need to grab both chains. So yeah, technically one person could go put the first chains on, run back, grab the second chains, like you could do that. But the idea is still the same, that you would need someone to just stand there with it. And the thing is, they don't need, like, if one person goes and does both, they might have to to go for from the start to the end. But it kind of depends. And a healer is negligible. It's like half a DPS player. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure that Cerberus doesn't take more damage while it's stunned there. I'm pretty sure. I never bothered to check. And if he's not taking more damage, then what we're working on is making sure that he's not attacking. But we're mostly fine. Like, it's a relatively small gain overall that we're risking wiping the boss for. He's standing right there. Having him asleep a little longer when there's inexperienced players. Yeah, I could see that. Like, overall, it's nice. The thing is, I would, like, if I had a raid team of a lot of inexperienced players, then I would almost rather take the, like, get the chains done sooner so that it doesn't get forgotten. Because you're going to wipe immediately if they miss the timing. Like, unless you're the one yourself dealing with it, it's going to be very scary. Exactly. I think Zaf is saying basically the same thing that I'm saying. Like, I've had people just the same really, really hyper-greed on getting as much uptime as they as much uptime on the sleepy effect as possible, and then the person who was responsible of putting the chain on the boss didn't realize that there's actually a timer on the chains themselves, so they time out like 1 second before they wanted to use them. And now the mechanic goes through and Cerberus gets really mad. And then you wipe. It just occurred to me, she says, darkness take you all. But does she mean she takes us all? Because she's the cloud of darkness. What's that supposed to mean? Wow, she hits hard. Cloud of Darkness is fluent in Hulk speech. Aha. Knee smash. Or something to that effect. Yeah, that is the, like, the thing is, overall, there's no loss, no downside in, like, having, like, just being as slow as possible with the chains. The reason why I'm always a little bit like, better to just get it done with, is specifically because of the amount of times I've done World of Darkness and someone greeted on the chain. So they just, like, they went, grabbed the chains, came back, and then just kind of stood with the chains and waited for as long as possible. And then, just as they're about to right-click to put the chains on, that's when there is the realization that, oh, right, there's actually, the chains themselves are a buff, and they can run out. Poof. Chains gone. And now it is too late. Completely too late. To actually go and get a new set of chains. So now you wipe. And the thing is, the reason why I view it like that is specifically because the times that I've had... Oh, look, it's Hildebrand. The amount of times I've had the... Like, where this has actually felt needed, like when someone actually greeted on the chains, successfully did it, and I was like, That was good. It was good that they did that, because if they hadn't greeted on the chains, we probably would have been overwhelmed by Cerberus, because this fight is really long. Like, the amount of times where the greed has been necessary are far fewer than the amount of times that I've had someone greed on it and cause a wipe. And the thing is, the amount of times I've wiped to that is like in the single digits, like less than 10. But the thing is, I don't think I've ever done Cerberus where it was like, oh, phew, good thing we greeted on the chains. We were really about to get smashed. Like, that's the thing, is that there's never a group that is so bad that you needed to greet on the chains. But when you greet on the chains and fail, it is always a wipe. Also, hey Settle, hope you're doing well. And hey Hoshi, hope you're doing well as well. But that's the reason. That's the specific reason that I have this feeling that there's no need to greet on the chains if you can avoid it, because you're basically choosing to save maybe like 2 or 3, maybe 10 seconds, because you save some healing and the boss stands still for a little bit longer. You're choosing between saving like 10 seconds. You could even save 30 seconds. But if you mess it up, you're losing like 5 minutes. Like, it's not a very good value proposition. Hey, see, Zertle. Glad to see you. Right. That was our level, our 8-man stuff. Now, the question is whether we should save some of the 4-man stuff to push past level 80. That would probably be a good idea. We could do we could save MSQ and frontline for when we reach level 80. But then we should still do leveling now. Is there anyone in the group who either A, does not want to do leveling roulette, or B, doesn't mind sitting out? Yeah, exactly, so it was probably very handy on content. I imagine in A Realm Reborn that you probably, like, I haven't seen it, right? I haven't seen it in A Realm Reborn, but if you did World of Darkness back in A Realm Reborn, it wouldn't surprise me if you had to, like, you know, you did Cerberus, so you have to go through there's the goop, you have to become small, you have to go into the stomach, make him hurdy stomach, come out, and then, like, the thing is, when he breaks the chains again later in the fight, does he then later throw the gastric acid out again? Like, will you get an additional opportunity to get into his stomach? Like, that's what I'm wondering, because if, depending on how much more damage we're doing today, there's a reasonable chance that you would need that. And if not, then yeah, you would have to greed on the chains for so long that you would have to get it like frame perfect almost. Zarb says we did the stomach loop twice in the minimum itemable no jobstones run. Well, that answers my question. Perfect. Exactly. The reason why I wasn't entirely sure if it loops is because after he breaks the chains again, there's all those lightning orbs all over the arena. I feel like he doesn't do that the first time around, so like it seems like he introduces a few more mechanics. Right, so leveling roulette. We can also do 50, 60, 70, 80. Turtle says, I don't think it enrages just by taking too long. So the thing is, the reason why you have to chain him is because as you fight Cerberus, he gets a stacking haste buff, and I believe also a damage buff. And it stacks basically infinitely, and he gets one like every X amount of time. When he gets the oof, ouchie stomach, I'm pretty sure that stops, like it halts. But it resets when he gets chained. Like, he loses it. That is the reason why you wipe if you fail the chain mechanic, because it means that he just continues as he was and just goes to more and more stacks, and eventually he reaches a point where he either just goes bam bam, tank dead, or he just goes up and one-shots a healer and a DPS and a DPS and a healer and a DPS. until everyone's dead. Like, it just kills faster and faster and faster. So it's like a sort of soft enrage. It just goes extremely fast. How can chain Cerberus when everyone is in the tummy? How will you chain the Cerberus if you're all in the stomach? Well, you make the stomach go owie and then you step out. It's not a very good potion here, but it's better than nothing. I can't remember if we ever ended up doing Holminster's switch. By the way, you forgot Cardia. Give Cardia. Thank you. Why is the bear over there? What's... huh? I can really feel that I don't have Oblation in this particular pull. The Cardia came up in the end. Ah, yes. Turtle says I made an EU ult back in December. Nice. I'll probably have to use Living Dead at some point in this pull, but I'll try and see how long we will go before I need to use it. So I'll be trying to be ready on the button. Mainly because I can see that I don't really have any other big cooldowns once Rampart ends. Right, somehow didn't need to use Living Dead. Smol Caetsu done with a Nia after story? Yes, we finished last week. I'm not going to read that, Shakespeare. But hello. Hope you're doing well. Feel like Corona for a moment. Hey Xavius, hope you're doing well. Bear isn't feeling it today. Oh, I have to clock into work again. What are we doing today? Getting beat up by a small Dark Knight? Of course. Why not? Oh, she's dressed in pink? Right. And Dark Knight does feel a little bit rough before they get TBN, but I actually feel like it feels surprisingly like, despite how much flack Oblation gets, like for being lol, everyone else gets these crazy defensive cooldowns and Dark Knight just gets Oblation. Meh. Oblation is actually something where I can like feel that I'm missing it. Because like I want to like because of the Dark Knight's TBN, I feel like I need to use like a defensive cooldown with TBN, which means I run out of cooldowns faster on Dark Knight than I do with the other tanks. And then Oblation can actually like make that difference. Which I'm then missing when I don't have Oblation. I'm glad to hear that, Shakespeare. Thank you so much. And welcome to Eorzea. Can't use TBN when I'm spending MP on Edge. Well... that means you should use Edge a little bit less. Yeah. Less edge on a Dark Knight. I need infinite edge. But that's a wonderful time to get the slow. Have a hard time actually establishing aggro and everything. Eh. Oh, the edge. Gazel says doing a lot of triple weaves on trash pulls. Yeah, the thing is, if you're trying to do like use all of your offensive OGCDs in a trash pull, the problem is that like the average Dark Knight opener is not designed to accommodate using a defensive cooldown. So you kind of have to, like, if you want to use some defensive cooldowns a little bit better, you often will have to... Oh, that was very nice. Very nice shuffle, everyone. That was incredible. That was very nice. But yeah, you kind of have to choose like which offensive cooldowns do I need to use, and then which defensive cooldowns take priority, so that you can get everything in the order that you need it. I was really confident that that attack would actually break TBN. Oh. That is a pretty good point, Xavius. That actually also that's sort of a really good point. That because Dark Knight wants to like have a huge burst in their opener, it meshes really well with White Mage, because White Mage is going to stun the mobs for like 7 seconds anyway. Why would like, oh, you can't use TBN in the first 7 seconds of a fight because the White Mage is stunning everything? Good. I didn't want to anyway. DSR says I get too much MP on trash with Dark Knight. It is quite funny that Dark Knight just gets like 50% more MP on average per GCD on trash because of how Stalwart sold, but they also get 50% more blood gauge. Like, they just get more of everything except healing because Soul Eater, am I right? And that is also a good point that both BSR and Gazel brings up, that while you can while you could make this incredible teamwork between a White Mage and a Dark Knight, some random white mage might take so long to get into range and actually do their holy spam that you feel like you have to use TBN anyway, or other defensive cooldowns anyway. This is actually something that I don't remember if I actually put it in the healers from a tank's perspective video, but like one of the reasons why I feel like as a warrior that it isn't a bad idea to use your like as a warrior use bloodwetting, even though you know white mage is going to cast holy in like 2 seconds and then the healing is wasted, is that there are white mages that will not spam holy until they know for sure you're fine. So like by using bloodwetting, you actually push the holy spam to become to come up sooner, because then the white mage feels comfortable doing it because you're safe. Which is a little weird, I know. It's a little backwards. It's a little backwards. But that will of course have the same effect with the Dark Knight. You use TBN. You can use TBN to reduce damage, only for the white mage to stun the enemies just before the last bit of HP on the TBN breaks. And then you're just sitting there like, well... And then you have to weigh with yourself whether it was worth it, because now the white mage is attacking earlier. Which might be an overall benefit. Who knows for sure. I hope so too, Silvermint. It would be nice if Dark Knight stopped being the weird one that has very little self-sustain. Blap. Might be a good way to use rescue. Well, that's difficult because rescue only works at all if both the tank and the healer is in combat. And that's part of the reason why when you see healers use rescue to like pull the tank forward, they usually do it like awkwardly, like 1 or 2 seconds before you really want them to, because they're pulling you away from like the dying enemies. The reason is that if they wait until the pack is actually dead, it just won't work. If you use rescue on someone who isn't in combat, so the thing is, if you try to use rescue while you're not in combat, you will of course not be able to use it at all. If you use rescue on someone who isn't in combat, they will dodge the attack, like they dodge the effect. Like it'll just fail to land. But if both players are in combat, it'll work. Splitzacula says, quick question, in Grand Cosmos, can you use Living Dead on the blue fire at the end, or does the last take always kill you? I am 99% certain that you'll just die, because it's like, it's your average kill switch kind of mechanic. It just kills you off. It doesn't matter what you have. Can't use Hallowed Ground for it either, because it doesn't actually hurt you, it just kills you. It just says you're dead. I'm pretty sure. Like, the thing is, I haven't tested it. But I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't work. Is there a specific reason why you need this information? Just smash cut to Splitzacula situation where they're just like no particular reason, just last person alive with mortal flame on them looking for furniture. Like no reason, just smash cut to there's only 3 pieces of furniture left and mortal flame is coming up. I was thinking that maybe I wouldn't have to take furniture. Maybe I'd be fine. This mechanic is so long. Like, it always lasts just long enough that I'm like, okay, are we done? Finally. Like it goes like 2 or 3 repeats longer than I feel like makes sense with how slow it is. Hey, 79. Changes to carpenter mid-dungeon. Make furniture. Grand Cosmos hard mode. Wafer says, I can confirm invulns don't work while standing in the middle of a behemoth meteor. Xavier also says that the blue fire is a set player status to dead. It is an interesting question. Like that's the thing, is that it's not obvious necessarily that these kinds of mechanics work that way, because sometimes they work one way, sometimes they work a different way. It's like, it's not obvious, so it's a reasonable question to ask. Thank you for joining him here. Blue is fun for discovering what specific immunities are set for each mob and boss. It is, but Blue Mage doesn't have an invuln, at least not yet. So that would put a little bit of a blocker on that one. Grand Cosmos hard, the blue flame is a hard, and you know what? If they made Grand Cosmos hard, that would probably be it. That, like, maybe he's like, every time he's going to use blue flame, he adds 3 pieces of furniture, like, and maybe he doesn't even do it every time. But because he only adds 3 pieces of furniture and you're 4, at least one person's going to die. In fact, maybe he doesn't add any furniture, so you're like, well, you have 8. So you kind of have to let the DPS die, raise them, so that you can really, really drag out how much that furniture lasts. You need the tank to survive so that the healer doesn't get hit, and you need the healer to survive so that they can raise the DPS players. So the DPS players, well, you can just raise them. Actually, that pretty much explains why that would be an incredibly unfun mechanic, doesn't it? Right, the next thing we'll be doing is 50, 60, 70, 80, but before that, I will be right back. In the meantime, vanity restored. Alright, I'm back. We just discovered the hardest part of Eden Ultimate. Right, in Dawn Trail, they just randomly in the middle of the Eden Ultimate that we're suspecting will come, they'll just be like, oh yeah, and then Grand Cosmos happened because... yes, and then we fight Logos again. Xavier says, I would insist on Grand Cosmos Heart being an extended 12-boss Alliance dungeon. That's just my WoW Karazhan raiding experience talking. I don't know. You have to remember when they brought Karazhan back, didn't they need to split like in the Mythic Plus version? They had to split it up into 2 or 3 parts because the amount of bosses. And it has like 3 wings or something. Active action maneuver, click to roll on the floor screaming to smother flame. Well, the problem with Mortal Flame is that it's a flame that just can't smother. Like, you just can't kill it. It just keeps burning until you put it on furniture, specifically for some reason. For Grand Cosmos Heart, reverse the mechanic, the boss sets furniture on fire and you have to put it out by running into it. I think my Shadowbringers has... why does it freeze randomly? There we go. That's weird. Sorry about that. I don't know why it does that. It feels like it does it at like a specific amount of time. There's no logical reason to it. Right. So next we are doing 50, 60, 70, 80. Ham, BSR, either one of you, or Gazel. One of you 3 wanna be player 4? What if I step over here? Any of you want to be player 4? I'm guessing that the answer is yes. In that case, if everyone wants to come, maybe the more fair way to do it is that I grab Ham, BSR, and Gazel. I think that is the more fair way to do it. Right, Ross and Cheryl? Hmm, 50, 60, 70, 80. Ready, check. Juggle the flame between furniture and players. Like every time you put the buff, or get that something gets a debuff, it makes like a 15-second countdown, and you have to make sure that it never reaches 0. Or if it reaches 0, whatever it is on dies. Which would also make it interesting because you might eventually reach a point where you have to let it, like you have to let something burn out. And then of course to make sure that you can't just like use players as sacrificial lambs, you have to make it like, well, if you die to Mortal Flame, you're actually dead and will not be able to be raised. Which would be an interesting thing. It's a little bit like an old school landslide on Titan. Also, no TBN. Yay! Big. I wonder if we can pull this much. I hope you're ready for this, Ham. There's a lot of mobs, so we're pulling a lot of mobs. I want to see if we can do it. I don't know if we can, but I want to see if we can. That was Are these mobs just bad? Oh, right! Haste buff! Yoink! You die to Mortal Flame and your character gets deleted. Just get smashed back out to the character select. Oh, start over. Imagine if they ever added a fight like that, where if you wipe to it, your character gets actually deleted. Wonder if people would actually go through and do it anyway. We've spent too long with Mortal Flame. Your PC catches fire. Guys, I think my PC has Mortal Flame, just blue fire appearing on it. Hardcore 14 people probably would. I actually know that there are some people that have tried like hardcore Final Fantasy 14. I don't know how popular it is, but I specifically remember seeing someone on Twitter advertising that they were doing it. And I also remember that specifically because I believe I inquired as to like how that was going to work, like how much can they rely on people basically carrying them through content and things like that. Because that, like, if you can just like bring a pre-made of people that are not hardcore players, then you know it might remove a little bit of the challenge, because you can just make sure that that you protect the king, make sure that the hardcore player doesn't die. Like, that's usually the problem with hardcore challenges, is that it has to be everyone in the group, otherwise you just have to play around the fact that, oh, that particular person can't die, like, must not die. Oh, careful being right in the blob, Graham. Some of the mobs have cleaves. Hardcore solo 40. That you mean that could kind of work. Like, if you only do stuff with duty support, for example, and when there's not duty support, you would have to, like, I don't know, exclusively do it with other hardcore players. It gets a little convoluted, I get it. And the reason why I got a little scared with that particular pack just before is that it is the most classic thing that happens in Sorkai, is that everyone just goes into cleave and then the healer dies. I don't know why it's always the healer, but for some reason it's always the healer that dies to the, like, mob cleave. For some reason. Oh, right. They run over to the other side. Get down, yeah, exactly. Get down, Mr. President. And that is the key problem if you were to do a run of, like, party content while you have a mix of hardcore players and non-hardcore players, is specifically that the non-hardcore players would be able to sacrifice themselves to make sure that the hardcore player doesn't risk anything. You have to throw the PC against furniture. I feel like this is getting a little crazy. I'm starting to feel like Grand Cosmos Heart is an encounter we'll find in the Hildebrand story. Is that a possibility? Can we have that? While we're at it, can we have extremes of some of the Hildebrand encounters? Why don't we have that? I'm sure everyone would love to do battle on the big bridge extreme. With all the chaos that ensues. Oop. Laser! You're really taking your time with that one, huh? I like, no. I also want extremes of dungeons. I want to see more hard dungeon content. And somewhat recently, someone wrote a comment on one of my videos, which I thought really explained the problem. I'm pretty sure it was on one of my videos. The problem with Criterion dungeons is that Criterion dungeons, being 4-man content, makes you think, well, that's dungeon content, right? That's extreme and savage dungeon content. But the thing is, because of the way that Criterion dungeons are constructed, it doesn't feel like a dungeon. It feels like a 4-man raid. So it doesn't feel that specific niche that we're thinking of when we say we want extreme and savage dungeons, because it has such a heavy emphasis on the boss fights. Despite everything, it still has such a heavy emphasis on the boss fights. I think also a big part of what can make dungeons, like hard dungeons, more interesting is like a scaling difficulty, like the way they've done it in WoW, where they have the Mythic Plus, where you can like make sure that the fight is interesting by virtue of just increasing the difficulty until it's difficult for you. Battle on the Big Bridge extreme, but it's just battle on the extremely big bridge. Greg becomes way bigger, and the bridge becomes way bigger, like extremely long. It's actually a battle on the regularly sized bridge, but the player characters are really small by comparison. Battle on the Big Bridge after stepping in the weird goop from Cerberus, so you become small. Bless you. Honey, I shrunk the Warriors of Light. There, we got it. We have a name. Battle on the Big Bridge, parentheses, I shrunk the Warriors of Light. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to save MSQ Roulette and Frontline so that we have something to push into level 81 with. That of course means that the next thing we're going to be doing is Mount Gold repeatedly. I'm guessing that both Rust and Shade still wants to come for that. I'm just checking, just making sure. If you'd rather not be there for Mount Gold spam, well, that also solves that problem. As I always say, I wish I could bring everyone. But this solves that problem. We'll be doing Mount Gold a few times. Do I have any gear from that? I do not, apparently. But we'll do Mount Golg until we reach level 80. That'll take 1 or 2 runs, I'm guessing. Oh, apparently my last thing sold. Incredible. I didn't have that many things anyway. Rust? Yeah, the Mount Golg itself is level 79. We could do Malika as well once to get you there. I'm pretty sure it will still just be 1 run of Mount Golg after that. Does that work? Is that fine with everyone? Malika as well, and then Mount Golg. Mount Glug. Warm up, yeah. I was just about to say I was going to do the ultra giga pull in Mount Gold, but we do this first. Yeah, that makes sense, Ham. I appreciate it. Like the thing is that it is of course most effective for everyone if we have people that specifically would benefit from the XP. But if I just go, oh, you need to have a job to level to join, I don't feel like that's fair either. So I generally, like, I would prefer if I don't have to like make a specific ruling, because I specifically want to bring everyone, of course. But it is hard to have to make the choice. I appreciate that that's a very reasonable way to put it. Like, no need to be in the Mount Gold spam when someone else could benefit from the XP. Make another Alden multi-box. Oh boy. Probably didn't need to use TBN there, but you can really feel that Dark Mind doesn't help very much. Like, you just, with any other tank, you would have like one more cooldown to work with, but with Dark Knight, it's like, oh yeah, Dark Mind, I'm sure that'll help. That's true, Girhin, it's quite weird. I don't actually. It is quite weird, no, with the balance there, because I've actually noticed that max level dungeons of almost any expansion are easier than the leveling dungeons of any given expansion. It's very strange. Alton says, I found this and the second pull quite hard. The pulls in Malika as well. Dead Ends would like to have a talk. Yeah, but Dead Ends is... Whoops. Is Dead Ends... Isn't... I guess Dead Ends is level 80, level 90 dungeon. You know, I have noticed that before, Garcel, that the two first pulls in this particular dungeon are weirdly brutal. Like, they hurt a lot. So it isn't surprising you would feel that way with Paladin as well. Yeah, the thing is with Dead Ends is that the thing that it has that the other max level dungeons do not have are kind of the same thing that Amarot has that the other level 80 dungeons don't have. And the thing that those two dungeons have is a much tighter item level sync. Like, I believe Amarot and Dead Ends are have a maximum item level like 30 lower than the two other dungeons that are released alongside them. Like Smileton and Stigma Dreamscape, they allow you to have like 30 more item levels than Dead Ends do. And Twinning and Academia Nida is the same. And the item level just makes it so much harder, and that is basically also what it boils down to when I say that it feels like anything that is like not in the leveling range of an expansion seems a lot easier simply because you get to have more item levels. Like, for some reason, you being able to beat over the content with item levels seems to help a lot in making it easier. I think that's true, Kokoju, because the way that works is, of course, in the other direction, that you could be level 79 and also undergeared. Like, your gear could be terrible. The thing is, like, just being level 79 is already kind of like a downside. There's a reasonable chance that it'll be a terrible idea for me to do the ultra mega pull in Mount Gold later, because I'm level 79. But Mount Golg does have an item level sync, and I'm pretty sure the item level sync in Mount Golg is lower or the same as Amarot. Something like that. Can't remember exactly. But yeah, a lot of content, a lot of endgame content for each expansion would be way harder if the item level sync was a little bit tighter. I think we've talked about this before on these streams, but the general issue there is that if the item level sync is too tight, it'll feel like it's meaningless to collect good gear, because your gear is just going to get synced down anyway. On the other hand, if your gear does not get synced down, then you can just, like, ruffle stomp all content. Like, it's the question of, do you want harder content or do you want your gear to matter? If you had to choose one. And I think, I imagine that there's a lot of players that would say, I would rather have hard content. So I'm not saying that it's too hard of a decision, but there's also a lot of players that would actually prefer if their gear mattered. You could argue that your gear would still matter if it meant you just stomped everything even harder. True, that's the thing. If people want harder content, and one of the ways is to make the item level sync tighter, the downside of syncing it harder is that it means that your gear might feel meaningless. Like, what's the point? My gear's just going to be synced down anyway. Like, whoopsie-doo, I have Savage gear, but it actually literally only works in the Savage content itself. Like, if the sync is too tight, then it means that you're either over-geared, like, you're either under-geared or exactly right-geared, which is not super fun either, I suppose. There has to be, like, some sort of, like, breathing room above the item level that the content itself offers, so that you can, like, get stronger. So that we can have the feeling of, oh, Dead Ends doesn't feel as hard now that I've gotten better gear. Which I guess is part of the reason why a lot of people feel like Dead Ends is so hard, is because its item level sync is so tight that there isn't very much breathing room. Yeah, it's Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket. But it is a really difficult balance to strike, is how much is too much and how little is too little. And I guess usually the reason why leveling dungeons typically feel a lot more tightly balanced is because if you're scaled to level 72, then your item level is capped at whatever the best gear you could possibly get at level 72 would be, which is item level 400 gear for poetics. And there's just no, like, there's just no conversation there. It's just obviously that's what you're getting. Is this boss a Skyrim meme? I don't know. So that is basically the entire story, is that leveling dungeons feel harder because the item level interval that is allowed, like how much stronger you can be, makes logical sense. While at max level in any expansion, there's like 100 item levels to work with, so it makes sense that there's a higher limit, and then you have to like artificially choose a limit for each dungeon, and then it can be really hard to decide what that is. And that's also true, Parser. In a way, as you say, leveling dungeons are tied to the leveling in the MSQ itself. Although, you could say most post-game stories are also that. And the difficult part with that one, Silvermint, is that some players, like Savage Raiders, will have, because there's MSQ every patch, but there's only a new raid every second patch, means that anyone who was Savage Raiding will always be severely overgeared for the new MSQ that happens every second time. And they might also be overgeared for the new MSQ every time, because you don't need to have full crafted gear for the MSQ that happens on a new raid tier release. It is difficult. It depends on what we want out of a fight. But yeah, when you don't even, it would be nice if a fight is designed so that you will see every single mechanic there is the first time you go. The problem there is when it's normal difficulty content, the difference in player skill between the best and the worst players is so incredibly massive that if you balance it such that every player will see at least one full loop of every mechanic a boss has, then a group, like a randomly selected group, could have 8 players that are not great, and they will probably see 3+ loops as a result. Because you have to make, if you want to make sure everyone sees everything, you have to, imagine what's the strongest group you could ever put together, right? I know that is, of course, putting it a little bit on edge, but, it's the idea that it's very, very hard to balance this stuff, because the skill level, the range in skill between all the players is so massive that if you balance it to one specific subset of players' skill level, then a different one will find it completely insurmountable by comparison, completely impossible. Other players eternally holding me back. I'm just saying that there are players that don't realize that they should really be doing more than just a 1-2-3 combo. There are also players that believe that doing anything more than their 1-2-3 combo is extra effort and unnecessary. That's of course in like a little bit crazy, but you have to remember that those players are also queuing in the same queue as the rest of us. So we have to assume those are also randomly in the pack of players we get paired with. And that's true, Silvermint. The balance, for example, the mechanic, not the community, is a sad example of that. Hey Rodel, hope you're doing well. I just saw like a glance of Nono's message and I have a bad feeling. I haven't even finished reading it and I'm already thinking, oh no. Nono says, as I had a mentor tank. As I had a mentor tank. I guess you were healing? No, I had a mentor tell my healer once. A mentor tank tell my healer once. If I have to use mitigations, it's because you're failing as a healer. If I meet a tank like that, and I have the time to like rebuttal with them, my counter question is, so what's your job then? If your job is to soak the damage because you take less damage than the rest of us, wouldn't that mean that part of your job is, I don't know, also to reduce the damage? Because you can anyway? For free? While my healing, if I'm a healer, I have healing. I have healing to spare, of course, but when that runs out, my healing stops being free. I have to spend healing instead of attacking. The problem is that usually these kinds of tanks believe at the same time that the healer shouldn't be attacking at all whatsoever, like actually at all, because otherwise the healer would have a good argument for why they shouldn't be healing all the time, because they have to be attacking. If the tank goes, well, your job isn't to attack anyway, then you have no reason to not be spam healing them. This was after pulling a full wall from start to boss and then dying. To boss, by the way. Just going to... I think... Was it you that left a comment about that on a recent video of mine as well? Just for anyone wondering about this, do not do wall-to-wall pulls into boss rooms with randoms. Don't do that. It's not going to work. Like, the tank needs to actually kite mobs for that to work. And the healer needs to be ready for it. The DPS needs to be ready for it. Like, part of the reason it even works is because the DPS players will be cleaving the mobs down. So eventually, while you're, like, the tank is, like, just sprinting through the boss room just to live, some of the mobs will die off as a result. It's not going to work if you're going with randoms. They've only just begun, said the boss at 0.8%. Oof. Let's see. Xavier says, sounds like an old school WoW tank mentality. To be fair, in old school, like, vanilla World of Warcraft, things like shield block, if I recall correctly, it was like you block the next attack, or you block the next 2 attacks, and it cost rage and had a cooldown. Like a significant cooldown. What other defensives did you have? Shield wall reduces all damage taken by 50%. That's pretty good. On a 30-minute cooldown, though. Yes, 30 minutes. And it shared cooldown with 2 other things. It was reduced later, but in like actual vanilla, it was 30 minutes, and you had to choose between that, a damage cooldown, and retaliation, which is like vengeance, but better. So yes, if the tank had to click shield wall, then that was it. Now they don't have shield wall for the rest of the dungeon, so congratulations. Now it's your problem. Right, so Mount Golg then. Did we get any upgrades? Is that an upgrade? It is an upgrade. Excellent. Wow, it even has ear slots. Perfection. It's just a little hat with ear slots. Oh, now it's back to glasses. There you go. We don't have any spells we've forgotten, have we? Nope, it's just Living Shadow. I'm pretty sure it didn't save that portrait. Oh, the portrait didn't need saving. It doesn't have the big exclamation point. And that's also true, Xavius. The thing is, the way that that worked was that because the damage intake was so massive, and healers in World of Warcraft in general have to choose between healing and attacking. Like, they don't have like 15 OGCD heals. They actually have to choose what they're using their GCD on. Most OGCDs in World of Warcraft are buffs. Like, most OGCDs are like, you heal a bit more for the next 5. Like, Temperance would be an OGCD in World of Warcraft. But Tetragrammaton? That would just be a bigger GCD. Like, that would just be a better GCD. And because of that, your MP was more significant as well. Right, we will try the Ultra Giga Pull. I'm just going to say that because of the way that Living Dead works, that it basically is just a full heal as a result, I will probably save it for last, Shade. So don't assume that I'm starting with it. By the way, Cardia. The big pull. I think I missed a few. Uh-oh. Can't see which ones I missed. The scariest part is I'm pretty sure whoever's getting hit can't see it either. There's more than this. We're still not done yet. If you've ever seen this pull and thought, I think the tank is trolling, understandable. This pull is unwise. I can't even see if I have everything on me. And there's also telegraphs in there. Okay, the next... what do I have? I have a stun. You stun that thing, I guess. We made it, and I didn't even need to use Living Dead. Incredible. We did it. Wafer says, I job skipped a warrior and my friends put me in this pool to teach me how to play tank. I mean, if you had job skipped any other tank, I feel like that would have been cruel. But with warrior, I feel like that would actually be somewhat reasonable, just because of how insanely busted warrior is. Oh yeah, also torn from the heavens. I will tear this torn from the heavens. What? Why that way? Yeah, I felt like I don't know if that pull was hard. Honestly, like now that we did it, I don't know if it, like, I felt like it was pretty nice. Like, yeah, it was challenging, but it wasn't like, oh, we're going to die. Again, I had a cooldown left. I don't know about Shade. Maybe Shade was like, yep, oh, I'm done. But I still had more steam. Like, I was still ready for a little bit more. Shade says, it was easy for me because I was mentally prepared for it. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. I was certain that laser targets the tank, but guess I just haven't been here enough. Or haven't paid attention to it enough. Here come the funny one. But it's the thing that makes that pull a little more manageable is because you have nothing but a, like it's just this boss after that. As a tank, you can get away with using every single defensive cooldown you have. It's fine, because you won't need them for the boss anyway. I think the reason why I thought that it always targets the tank is because, specifically in my experience, Gazel, I have often had tanks that don't realize you're supposed to sidestep it. Hey Travis, hope you're doing well. Xavier says that pull is suicide by other means with randos. Actually, every time I get this dungeon as a warrior, I will try it. Like, yeah, I like if we fail it, I'll be like, okay, sorry, maybe I shouldn't have pulled that much. But I will usually attempt it, regardless of the healer. We might be fine. So I just go for it. And then if we can't do it, we can't do it. But I wouldn't do it with randoms with a different... I don't think I would. I think I would ask before doing it as any other tank. I think I would ask. Because with warrior, I can do a lot of the heavy lifting myself. With any other tank, it is the healer's problem primarily. Tanks avoid mechanics. If you don't want to go through the menu, you can use a macro to target the BGM from a hotbar. That is true. I don't really mind going through it. You can also see that I'm pretty effective at finding the button to press. But yeah, thank you. That is a good point. Rust writes in the party, I think I got a fourth of the mobs on me while running. That is a good point. That pull is so long that it's almost guaranteed that that the DPS will get aggro in addition to the tank, just by cleave. Or just by cleaving the mobs. And you kind of have to. Like, if you're not cleaving, then the pull will take even longer once you reach the destination. It's a little dangerous. Just a little bit dangerous. Let's get dangerous. And the thing is, and I've said this like many times, but in my experience, it seems like healers, like your average healer in a dungeon, and of course I'm talking very generally here as a result, but healers in dungeons are not very happy with tanks pulling like extremely big if they're not confident about it. Not so much because it is a problem for them to heal it, but more so because they don't want to be blamed when things go wrong. Which I think is rather reason. I should have used TBN there. Ow! But because they don't like, the scary thing is the tank is acting wild and pulling way more than is reasonable. We might be able to live it, but I don't know if I can, and I don't want to get the blame when we wipe. So if I just, like, I usually just take the blame if we wipe. I just go, whoops, sorry, I should have pulled less there. That's my bad. Sometimes I experience, usually actually I experience healers saying, no. Do the same. Do it again. The same pull, thank you. Because they like, if it's okay to fail because the tank doesn't get mad, then that is an excellent time to get good, right? That's a perfect time to get good. Hey, Kiki, hope you're doing well. Oh, this is actually a really stupid time to use delirium. Hey, level 80! Living Shadow get. Oh.
And righteousness will prevail.
I think I should still use the earring. I'm pretty sure it still gives me an XP bonus at level 80, even though it's a massive, it's a slight stat loss, I think. I'm just going to run ahead, but if anyone wants the chest, remember to pick it up. I'm not grabbing it. Also, music back. We have hotkey users and clickers. When will we get text-based players? Just write every action, just /AC /. I can't see anything. So many things. You know, every time we reach the point where I'm like, okay, I should get ready with living dead, that's when the mobs start dying. Like just barely as I'm like, okay, here's my last out, the mobs die. Where's my voice commands? There's been a while since I saw them. There was a while back, years ago at this point, probably. Absolutely. I saw someone who played StarCraft 2 at a pretty decent like level, it looked like, ranked. Who was completely paralyzed from the neck down. They played with a stick in their mouth. Just clicked. It was very impressive. And actually, like, it wasn't that obvious if you just focused on the gameplay. Clearing top using a dance pad.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Yeah, Gazel says the other day I tried to pull all the way at the start of Wanderer's Palace. Oh, whoops. And failed badly, but my type speed for sorry improved as a result. Fastest apologizer in the West. Haru says, my medium house is going to be demolished if I don't visit my house in 7 days. So visit your house? Or is your subscription not running? The thing is, with the house demolishing thing, I can see how for some players it feels like you're forced to pay subscription while you don't even want to play the game. But the reasonable point as to why there is this demolishing is, of course, because as the building takes up a literal, like, actual space in the game, makes sense that if it's not being used anyway, it has to get demolished. And if you're not going to use it anyway, then whatever, right? You can get a new house when you get back into the game. Well, logically, you could get a new house when you get back into the game. However, because of the housing shortage in the game, it might not be that easy. It's not that simple, right? It's obviously not that simple. But that's the logic. Like, that's the logical reasoning, I think. Yeah, I understand that, Haru. And that's also the thing, is that sometimes there is a really good explanation for why you haven't been able to get on. And it is difficult because sometimes there are exceptions like that. Subscription for housing is just a tax you pay for living there. Ah. Yeah, it's to say, I'm not saying that that it is necessarily fair, but I'm just saying that there is there's a good reason why it is like that. Exactly, Major Clanger. That is basically the problem. Is if there wasn't a time limit, then every single house would belong to people who don't even play the game anymore. Like, the only way that there would actually be housing available for new players is every time they open new wards then, because the houses would just be claimed and then never relinquished. Your shadow's so tall compared to you. Well, I summon my good friend Frey, or Esteem, to fight for me. Actually, just one moment. Actually, there's a good reason why my shadow would be bigger than me. Because there's a reasonable chance that he's actually stronger than me. There's a very good chance he's actually stronger than me. I have a video on that coming out soon. Because it's Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. Paper Marcus says, I have a friend whose partner went into cardiac arrest. Oh, a few weeks ago, and he's been he's been in the hospital since, and she's been logging in for him to make sure he keeps it. Oof. That really sucks. The general experience of that. I'm sorry to hear that. But it's good that he isn't like also losing the house while they're at it. Like that's at least something. Request for Mythbusters videos, more explosions. Ah, if only I could. Yeah, it's like a mechanical thing that is causing that interaction. That it seems like Living Shadow might actually be stronger than its owner. It is quite funny. It was a quite funny discovery because I learned this from a comment that went in and tested it. I was like, and they said, yeah, this is true. It appears from my own observations that this is how it is. And then I went and tested it. Just put more Gunbreaker footage in the Mythbusters videos. Just every video, I just have like actual like like sound effects from the game with someone in the area just doing the Gunbreaker rotation, because it like those explosions are really loud, just out in the distance all the time. Don't need this. Oh, healing. Did we never replaced our pants from level 70 to 80 apparently. Wow. Or our shoes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the earrings still give a... Let me see, maybe I can see it in the XP gain at the end. Let me see. Yeah, there's a distinct... double chat block, double in-game chat blocker. Wow. You can see there's like a distinct 30% there, and there's the 3% from the food buff. So it still works. Channel your inner JB. When in doubt, C4. Oh no, it says, here's a question for everyone, and I'm curious if I'm the only one noticing this. For all the healers, if I cast Swift Cast and a heal, it will heal instantly. This is not the case with Astrologian. It seems delayed still. That would be hard for me to test right now. However, what we can test is I can go to Astrologian, do this, and then do... That's the only thing I have to work with. It seems like there was the same delay there. I feel like... I think what you've been observing, Nono, is that certain actions have... how can I explain it? Certain actions have... like... delays on when they're applied, which makes sense with the animation. A particularly interesting one, which again I can't really demonstrate right here and now easily, is Dark Knight. I know this is a huge side step to what we were just talking about, but Dark Knight, if you use Blood Weapon and then like Heart Slash, you will generate the MP from Blood Weapon before you can use Edge of Darkness or Edge of Shadow. Like, you will not be able to use an OGCD before the MP is recovered. However, if you use Blood Spiller instead, so you go Blood Weapon, Delirium, Blood Spiller, Edge of Shadow, you will first spend 3000 MP on Edge of Shadow, then Blood Spiller will land, and then you will generate 800 MP from Blood Weapon and Delirium. And this is because of Blood Spiller's delay, like its specific own delay. Which makes this work. And I'm guessing that maybe there's something similar with Astrologian, where it has a slightly long, like a very, very slightly longer natural delay, because it does look like the other healers have the same delay on their heals, Swiftcast or no. There's also the possibility that Astrologian's heals have this slightly longer delay naturally, because Astrologian, uniquely among the healers, can use light speed to make it so that all of their spells, or well, all of their healing spells except Res, are instant for 15 seconds. So like, it's built into the Astrologian that they have this period where they instant cast repeatedly. V says, I was just vote dismissed because I asked the healer to do a little bit of DPS instead of dancing and not attacking once. I think that really sucks. I'm really sorry about that. The only thing I can say to that is I'm pretty sure if you wanted to and you wrote a report on them, because you have to remember, for you to get kicked, I'm pretty sure it's 2 of the players in the group has to say yes. Which means that the healer and someone else was in on it. That's the only way you could have gotten kicked. And I don't think that kick is justified. I'm pretty sure you can report that if you want to. That doesn't solve your situation, though. They were premates. In that case, report all 3. Just wimp, wimp. Let's see if I can find it. Hey Jail, hope you're doing well. Report abuse of the vote dismiss feature. During a duty, players can use the vote dismiss feature to remove a player for inappropriate behavior or for being inactive. You were probably not inactive, the healer was. And you weren't being inappropriate by requesting the attack. A group member may also be removed due to a player's dispute or if their playstyle simply differs. There is a very, very slim argument that that's the problem, but you only asked if they could attack a bit. From your story, they didn't even say no, they just kicked you. So there wasn't even a dispute to be had. They didn't even let you defend yourself or say, okay, whatever, it was just a question. Like, that one doesn't fly here in my... Like, as far as I can see, that doesn't fly here. They just kicked you on a whim because you asked the healer to attack instead of dance. And you can see here, however, abusive use of the vote dismiss feature will be punished if conclusive evidence is found. It's hard to say how much evidence there is, but the only evidence there is you saying, can you attack a little bit? And then you got kicked, which is abusive, clearly. So I think you could do this if you like. It will take a little bit to write the report, but you have this option. If you can't find this in the menu, just go into, let's see, contact us and report harassment and go from there. The reason why people do these kinds of things is because they get away with them. If they get reported for this stuff, while they might not get punished the first time, if they get reported every single time they do this, or most of the times they do this, it will accumulate and their names will appear more and more often, and the GMs will start to go, I think these people are doing something bad, and eventually they will get punished. The problem is that a lot of people don't realize that one report isn't enough. Isn't always enough. VX says, could I submit a video in a report? Nope. No says, I mean, it can be weird at times. I got a finger wagged at me when I had asked a tank to use mitigation during pulls. I was respectful about it, but apparently there is something about giving unwanted advice being against the TOS too. I think it's complicated, yeah. It is difficult. It is difficult. how all this works. Zudo says, I've had a group vote dismiss me as a healer because they said I was trying to tank because the tank couldn't hold enmity because they were single targeting. And see, there again, you would go write a report, say they claimed I was trying to tank, but what was happening is that the tank was only using single target attacks, which caused me to gain aggro because I was healing them. And then they kicked me for that, right? It is complicated. The thing is, all I can say is I have not received any, like, I have never received any backlash for giving advice in a dungeon. But usually I ask if I can give advice beforehand, which usually is a very safe way to make sure that you're not in trouble. Because that will be on the log. They said yes to getting advice, right? But it is complicated. I'm surprised that you would get a finger wagged at you for suggesting a tank use mitigation during pulls. Imagine being a tank and not using AoE attacks. I've seen that as well. Now, we are level 80, so we will do the tank roll quests. Yeah, that is the thing that I recommend as like the safest move is if you want to give advice to someone, you ask if you can give advice first. Because then like they can say no. Like, if they say no, then of course you're in the situation of going, okay, so do I leave? Or do I just put up with this? Onikage says, why would you slash dance as a healer in a dungeon anyways? I can explain that. Some players, some healer players, genuinely believe that their only job is to heal. So if there's nothing to heal, then they have nothing to do. Now, you might be saying, but they could be attacking. Correct. However, if their only job is to heal, then wasting precious MP on attacking, which could have been spent on healing, would be stupid. So instead of wasting their MP on attacking, they're conserving it for when it's needed so they can heal you. This sounds absolutely absurd in Final Fantasy XIV, where healers basically have so much MP to work with that they don't have any trouble with that. If you're low on MP, something usually went wrong. Like, something went horribly wrong. That's why you're low on MP. You shouldn't be low on MP. Usually healing in Final Fantasy XIV is about making the most of every second. Like, making the most of your time. Which means you can attack more. Which is very opposite to how healing works in most other MMOs. The origin for this kind of stuff is, for example, because not everyone came from the same MMO, but if you came from World of Warcraft, I can't remember if this is still a thing in live, but I don't think, like in retail, I don't think it is, but it used to be a thing. So in World of Warcraft Classic, that if you cast a spell, then your MP recovery is severely reduced for 5 seconds. And this slowdown of your MP recovery is like halted from the moment the cast finishes and then 5 seconds forward. So casting a heal, like by that logic, casting Cure 1 costs not only 400 MP, but it also costs the 5 seconds of MP after that. By this logic, the 5 seconds of MP you would have gained after that, because those are just gone. which makes it a lot more expensive, so it makes sense for a healer to just not do anything if they're not needed, because every time they cast a healing or an attacking spell, that's technically a spell which also halts their MP recovery. The problem is that that's not how Final Fantasy XIV works. And that is generally what it circles back to every time, Onikage, is the reason why you would be dancing instead of doing anything else, like attacking as a healer in Final Fantasy XIV, is reasons that originate from not Final Fantasy XIV. There could have been a time back in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward that there could have been fights that required so much healing that you needed to conserve MP. Potentially, I don't know. But if that were the case, then we have something here. But if you've played Final Fantasy XIV in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward, and you're playing now, then surely you would realize that things have changed. But yeah, usually people that come in with this mindset that I don't have to use cooldowns as a tank, it's the healer's problem. Or healers going, I don't have to attack, that's everyone else's problem. It usually originates from either one, they came from a different MMO or a different game in general, and they just believe that that's how it works everywhere, or they just decided that that's how it works. Like, they just decided that they want the game to work like this, so they're doing this. Jeff says, now that you've been talking about healers for a while, almost all of the problem people have come across in Final Fantasy XIV have been healers. That is surprising. Onikage says, but even in WoW Classic, those healers auto-attacked or wanted instead of dancing. Not in actual vanilla World of Warcraft. Not in actual Wrath of the Lich King. They didn't attack, they were dancing. Because, and this is another one that keeps returning, you might have heard this one before, there's no need to be so concerned about attacking as a healer in Final Fantasy XIV, because your damage is irrelevant anyway. Meanwhile, a healer can do up to half of the damage of a DPS, no problem. Because in other games, this was true at some point. In actual vanilla World of Warcraft, it wasn't unheard of that the healer would be told to not do anything but heal, just heal. Because if they failed that, it could be a wipe. It could even be expanded to, even though they realize that they could be attacking, if anyone dies and you were not standing still ready to heal when they die, then your auto-attacking is the reason that the person died. Therefore, you bad, not the person standing in the fire. So these kinds of, like, weird things where people justify not doing something is often because of these kinds of weird expectations. That is also the reason why I say I do these giga pulls, then maybe I wipe, and then I just say, sorry, I'll pull less. Is because the reason why these people are afraid of a tank pulling a lot is because they usually get the blame. Let me see. Also, hey Chester, hope you're doing well. Onikage says, if I have aggro as a tank, I don't have to do anything else. See, that is also something that I have seen some people suggest. Yeah, it is weird. It is absolutely weird. I'm not saying that it's complete, like that it is logical, but it has happened. And this is also why when you go to like WoW Classic, and you have healers who are auto-attacking or maybe even using spells when they go, well, I have some MP to spare, it'll probably be fine. Weirdly, the bosses die faster, the fights turn out to be easier than we thought they were originally, and things like that. Traverse says there were fights that required that much healing back in AR, but healers were still encouraged to attack when they could, though cleric stance balancing could get tricky if you didn't know the fight. Yeah. I've seen players in flashy gear do this, I can do this too. Yet it is often with these kinds of misconceptions that they originate from a huge misunderstanding. Gazel says, by that, healer in other MMOs sound pretty boring. So the thing is, just to compare to World of Warcraft, just to finish on this, the reason why you might not attack nearly as much in World of Warcraft is simply because every time you heal someone with an OGCD in Final Fantasy XIV, in WoW it would have to be a GCD. Imagine if as Scholar, Sacred Soil, Excogitation, Lust Rate, that these were GCD instead of OGCD. Deployment tactics, also a GCD. Like, all of these things that we take for granted as OGCD, if they were GCDs, it would be a lot harder to find time to attack as a healer. Just as a result. But it's a completely different game, so it's not a very fair comparison. And that is also true, as JL says. What helps WoW is that the GCD is 1.5 seconds and not 2.5, so you can fit like almost 2 GCDs in the time that a GCD takes in Final Fantasy XIV, so that helps a little bit. But yeah, there is a lot. So while getting it explained in a vacuum sounds extremely boring, there is a lot to healing in World of Warcraft, and any MMO for that matter. It's just that it's not as aggressive. Now that we finally talked a whole bunch about healing and a little bit about tanking, it's story time with the man with too many scars. Weren't players against the GCD change? No. The GCD change that people hated that came with Battle for Azeroth was that they put buffs on the GCD. Fight or flight is now a GCD. That kind of stuff. That was what people got mad about in WoW. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? I look like a battle-hardened veteran. And wary besides, eh? Rest assured I've no secret designs. Name's Grandson. Bounty hunter by trade. Mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks been talking about recently. That right? Nope. Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Northrend. Prize, you say? I thought that'd grab your attention. Would you like a consonant, mister? Dikaiosine. Dikaiosine's the fiend I'm after. One of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. There were hopes that somehow the death of Vorthri and the Wardens might have put an end to Dikaiosine, but alas, no. Seems the rules that bind other Sin Eaters don't apply to the virtues. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't notice this before, but he's actually acknowledging that we're doing this after Vorthri's dead. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. The old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard all of this before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process, only to return relatively recently as a Sin Eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dikaiosine with me? Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove that you're the dab hand I think you are, for my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. Real variety in our group composition. Double Dark Knight. You're welcome to be in the party if you like, since we're just doing questing. Makes it easier to keep up if you want to keep up. Get in the magic school bus if you want to get in the magic school bus and stuff like that. Oh, it's right there. Same Traverse. I actually did this, like, my first max level in Shadowbringers was Dark Knight. So, I didn't see that either. Double Dark Knight. Don't you mean Dark Knight and Love Knight? Aha, good point. Maybe he's also a Love Knight. I don't know, like, how Dark Knights work in the first. There you are. Very good. The Sin Eaters we're after were sighted west of the Ascensor Gate. So we'll need to head through there before we begin our search. Oh, and if you happen to have any objections to killing Eaters for sport, remember that many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favor putting them out of their misery. Yes, we have the emote, Traverse. It's here. The Kaizen patron saint of bad tanks. Wow. Oof. Is he that bad? I mean, for some reason they needed to have 2 paladins and a warrior in their group of 5? So maybe... maybe it wasn't that incredible. Hey, grandson, me and like my 6 living shadows did it. Ah, of course, he's the sin of Brandon's virtue. That makes sense, JL. There you go. Enjoy Splitsacular. That sounds like fun. Good. Good, clean work. This is clearly not your first time. Let's do this once more, just to confirm it wasn't a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do with less Sin Eaters. Follow me. It shouldn't be much further. Follow me. That is pretty interesting, Ham. Only one set of ads? Or maybe it was 2 single ads and we just killed both. I'm actually not sure anymore. Oh, right, because I just do the destination. If you fight the mob, maybe it's fine? I don't know. Well, you're also doing the looking. Surveying. We're very good at surveying. Oh yeah, it is just one mob. I guess the reason why we usually get multiple mobs when a bunch of people are doing the same quest at once is because each player is not in the same group. Yeah, that'll do. You're exactly the sort of woman I've been looking for, and thank the gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Just the army out there just killing whatever is in the area. I think the funniest part about imagining this as a squad of living shadows is that we have a few Dark Knights, a machinist, a ninja, and a culinarian. Like just imagine that if when you use living shadow, that just randomly Frey would just appear in like an apron with like a pan instead of like be like, "Ah, you caught me at a bad time, friend." It's just, I mean, I have this sausage I can offer you, but I didn't bring my sword. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. Also, Traverse. As I said, we do have the emote. Ta-da! Culinarians. Oh yeah, well it depends on who's wielding it, I guess. Imagine summoning Frey just for them to be asleep. That would be a good one. Frey, help me! What? So, just to make sure you're still keen on our arrangement, Caetsu, will you join me and hunt the dread fiend Caemmunity and put an end to his accursed existence? I don't know why they felt it made sense to rename him from Brandon, a reasonably easy name to pronounce, to Caemmunity. Excellent, then it is settled. Now, every hunt begins with an investigation, and ours is no exception. Caemmunity can be a rather difficult eater to pin down. But before we commence ours, we would do well to attend to our respective preparations. Let me know when you are ready to proceed. All set to embark on our great hunt, Caetsu? Then let us be about it. Before you ask, I have no intention of leading us into the wilds without even an inkling of Caemmunity's whereabouts. Norrand may not be a particularly large realm, even before the flood, but it'd take us a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So, we'll start by asking around a place I know for a fact Caemmunity has attacked before, the village of Wright on Calusia. While I don't have reason to believe he will return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you can be sure that they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through. So let us be off then. VX says, what you could do would be marry many members of the community. I think you get a ring that can summon them to your side and can keep it when you marry someone else. Just summon your group. I don't know what happens if you divorce someone in Final Fantasy XIV. I guess you don't get to keep your ring? I don't know what happens with the other ring. However... Oh. Thank you, Shade. However, technically you could do that so that people could teleport to you, but I'm pretty sure only one person can be V's as the other person still has the rings. Does the other person's ring still work? Like, can they still teleport to you? JL says, Red Mage auto attack should do magic damage and scale from int. Change my mind. You're on. Do you want to be a red mage that has to be in melee range all the time, otherwise you lose actually significant amounts of DPS? No. Good. That's the reason. Did the chat overlay freeze? I think it did. Why are you like this? I don't know why it freezes. It's like a one-sided thing, like the friend list. Fair enough. No, JL. The thing, I think you don't understand. If red mages auto attacks were actually significant, then it wouldn't be you can be in melee range for damage gain. It's you should never be at range because it's a damage loss. That's how it works. That's why you don't want your auto attacks to be particularly significant as a red mage. Because if they were, then you would have to be in melee range at all times, or you would lose significant DPS. And you might be saying, well, I'm doing fine DPS without my auto attacks right now. Oh, but balance. If your auto attacks are significant, your spells have to do less damage to for balance reasons. So if your auto attacks are actually relevant, then your auto attacks have to be a core part of your attack. and your damage. So it doesn't mean that red mage can optionally come into melee range for damage gain. It means red mage loses a cataclysmic amount of damage by not being in melee range. So you'd never want to not be in melee range. You just become a paladin with exclusively holy spirit. Red mage wants to be in melee range anyways, only periodically. You don't lose any very much from being at range most of the fight. You just have to get in when you need to. What about Scholar level 50 and their book smacks? See, fortunately, the book smacks gradually become less relevant as you level to higher levels, but you're right. Wilton's right. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me... Never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down Caemmunity is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Nice, Sharon. Wait. Where are the NPCs at? What do you want with me? The Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone? Oh god, is he here? Then why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters and... Yeah! It'll be okay. the scholar stops writing things down and just memorizes everything so the book never gets heavier. Huh? Where did you come from? And what do you want with me? The Caemmunity, that thrice damned eater that's the spitting image of a gallant knight? That the Caemmunity? Yes? I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, Wicked White, if you had seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry I can't talk about this. Thanks! How helpful! I will also say, in extension of this intelligence mind conversation, that I do think Summoner's physics should scale with intelligence. Either that or just delete it. There's no point in it being there aside from memes. Congratulations, rappers! JL says, means you can have a melee 2 casters and a ranged physical, especially for proc, you have Res Mage now. You can have a melee 2 casters and a ranged physical now. Like, actually right now, you can do that. You only need 1 melee, 1 ranged, and 1 mage. The 4th slot is free. Like, that one is whatever you want. The reason why it usually becomes a melee is because boss mechanics have a tendency to assume the 8th player's melee. And as a result, they also made sure that melee DPS do more damage. Well, learn anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us. There's no moving on from that. What exactly happened here? Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. I was born and raised in Wright, lacking any real prospects. I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yulmoran trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The fangs of authors, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot, buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright, the Caemmunity had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda. And then there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there, in front of me, and the next, she was... The Caemmunity knelt and took the fangs of authors, then left, leading a host of sin eaters out of Wright. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her, not once in the years we'd been together. For all the time she'd welcomed me home with a bowl of hot stew. All the time she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. The Caemmunity would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul, an enduring reminder of the vow that I never dare stray from the path. There, all done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, you know? That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here, so if you could give me a moment before we resume, I would be most grateful. Let me just follow up on one thing I saw while doing the cutscene. JL says, if Red Mage slips into melee role as a melee caster, it also helps with their job identity as a melee caster or spellblades. I actually want to say that Red Mage is, as it is right now, is one of the best representations of spellblades ever made, because the core problem, in my opinion, with spellblades, and I've talked about this before, is that either you make a spellblade with so good spells that it has no reason to come up close and use its sword for anything, so it might as well just be a wizard, or you make a spellblade that has reason to be in close proximity to the enemy all the time, which makes the fact that it has ranged attacks completely meaningless. By Red Mage having very little reason to come up close to the enemy, except for when doing its melee combo, the fact that it has ranged attacks is meaningful, but it also has reason to come in close for melee attacks. If you made its auto attack actually impactful, then you would no longer have any good reason to not be in melee range 100% of the time. It would just be awkward that you're casting into the face of the enemy all the time, even when you don't have to, because you have these invisible auto attacks happening in between your casts. So in my opinion, if you gave Red Mage an impactful auto attack, yes, it would make more sense, because the Red Mage is technically swiping the enemy with an actual blade, right? A rapier. It makes sense it would do good damage. But if you did, the mechanical functionality of Red Mage would be changed to being a melee job. And at that point, there's no reason to have Jolt, or the fire, or the stone, or the thunder, or the arrow. Just make all of the attacks magic slashes with the weapon. And then it's not really... Then it's a different kind of spellblade. Then it's just like a melee wizard, like an eldritch knight, right? Instead of what I would see as a spellblade. I think, JL, that anything that makes their auto attacks relevant is a bad idea. Anything, really. And that would also just be a weird addition, that Embolden makes your auto attack scale with int. It could make sense because it's just like you empower the blade like that, but I just don't think it's a good idea. Like, I don't have Red Mage on Smol Kai, so it's a little hard to explain, but let me put it like this. If your auto attacks do meaningful damage during Embolden, then there will never, ever, ever be a reason to use displacement during Burst. There isn't really, but right now it is more a practical thing that usually you're spending it for damage, but if you had to get away from the enemy, then you would do that. But if you're losing auto attack damage as a result, then you wouldn't do that. Exactly, as Gazel says, sometimes you probably would like to have the option to use the flare from range after doing a backflip, but if Embolden boosts your auto attack damage, then you would never do that. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sinner. I'm actually the guy that kept him waiting, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of the Kaiasin. There's one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The Fangs of Orthus, the bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore, and that the Eater took with him when he went left-right. Sin Eaters are mindless fiends driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet the Kaiasin took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, or the sinless bastard's somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask, the Yulmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question him myself, no, I don't think that's an option. Even though the Kaiasin's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So, I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Caetsu. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. No, you misunderstand again, JL. What I'm saying is, imagine if Bard only could attack, their auto attacks only worked in melee range. Just imagine it for a moment. Bard's auto attacks only work in melee range. You would never be... You would be exactly on top of the melee players. It would look dumb. It would look weird. You would just have an entire arsenal of ranged attacks for no reason, because you're not going to be at range anyway. And to what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Orthus, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, under the assumption that should you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Wurbet, that glorious kingdom that fell with a flood like so many others. You spoke true from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it probably restored by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a Sin Eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have of course been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Morsuk, I'm told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the fangs of authors or similar relics will be well rewarded. And back we go. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at is, if you make melee auto attacks relevant, then you automatically make being at ranged irrelevant, which is not good for a job that is supposed to also have a reason to be at range. Jail, I know that it's a slight adjustment. What I'm saying is that the red mage weapon is, if you read the lore, is like, while it is a rapier, yes, like a fencing weapon, it is actually only brought as a tool to like push the corrupted mana from the red mage into the enemy. It's actually not supposed to be like a war weapon. It's more like a fork, or like a tuning fork of some kind that they use to project magic through, like a stick. Essentially, it's just that it looks like a fencing weapon, and happens to be named like a fencing weapon. And the reason why I make the comparison to a ranged physical job is because a ranged physical job would like to be at range all the time. The only reason why red mage comes in is for its 1, 2, 3 combo and because of core and engagement. But those are momentary, and they go back to being ranged afterwards. So it would be weird to make their auto attacks significant, because that would indirectly cause everything else to be, like, then you would make a melee job with, like, I could also switch it up. What if Samurai had 20 yalms of range on every single attack they had? That would also be weird. You might say, but that makes no sense. Sure it does. You just project wind slashes with all of your attacks. But you have to be in melee range all the time because your auto attacks are melee. But yeah, indeed, opinions are allowed to differ. Exactly, you would become Yasuo. But even if you were Yasuo, you would try to spend 100% of your time in melee range because your auto attacks matter. It's the same reasoning, as I said. It's the same reason why red mage don't want to have relevant auto attacks, because it makes their ranged capacity irrelevant. So, what did our industrious patron have to say? Well, he accused you of being a thief. So he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Authors, then it might attract the Kayasun's attention, assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. You're really good at finding spots to lean at, huh? Fine weather we're having today in Motsuk, isn't it? Sure, grandson. No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of verbitide trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is a challenge. I say divide and conquer, as before. Well met, well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to a Verbitide royalty, you say? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession, but no, I do not. In all my years here, I have never even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Yes? Do you have business with me, traveler? I don't know, do I? Ah, the verbicide choker. Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him at the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. Wait, why are you over there, grandson? What news, friend? Ha! To think that it was that easy. You have the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as the scavenger has the choker, he's a target for the Caemmunity. That is actually a pretty funny point, that Samurai has more cast bars than Summoner per minute. I think you might be right. Summoner has Slipstream, 2 Ruby Rights, and usually 1 Ruin 3. Samurai would have Higanbana, at least probably 2 natural Midara Setsugekas, and 1 that they can, like, haste themselves to with Make Your Shisui. And now you might say, but that's the same amount of casts. Right. But every 2 minutes, the Samurai gets the extra Ogina Mikiri cast. So it adds like a half every minute. At 80, Summoner has more cast bars. Do they? At 80, Summoner doesn't have Slipstream yet, so that would be 3 versus Samurais. They would still have 4. Samurai would still have 4, I'm pretty sure. Isn't Swiftcast dedicated for that? That is a good point. Maybe Summoner doesn't even have to, isn't even allowed to count that one. What spell is it that I'm forgetting, Gazel? Which ones are you counting? Oh, right! At level 80, you would still have to cast 1 ruin instead of Slipstream, 2 ruins instead of the Ifrit 2 like melee attacks. So you would have like at least 2 or 3 extra ruins. That is true. Nice. Well done, Gazel. I hadn't thought about that. Swiftcast, Slipstream, healer dies. Nice combo. Mercy! Mercy! Someone said from off screen. Take whatever you want, but please, don't kill me. I have a family. I've arrived. Please, I beg of you. 1 second too late. Please. Please. Well, that's sad. Welcome back to Shadowbringers, everyone. JL says it depends if you're running spell speed summoner. That 2.2, that less than 2.2 GCD means more cast per minute. Actually, no, it doesn't, because if you are at that low GCD, it means that you get an additional astral impulse which has no cast time. And that would actually possibly replace one of the ruin casts, because in addition to having that lower cast time, which allows you to fit more stuff in Bahamut, Bahamut's cooldown is shorter, so there's a reasonable chance that that just disappears. Now you might be thinking, but wait, if Bahamut's cooldown is reduced and your GCD is reduced, doesn't that mean you have the same amount of casts? That would be true, but Garuda's 4 Emerald Rights always take 1.5 seconds, so they actually eat in the other direction, meaning that you get less casts rather than, out of the time rather than more. It might be true that they get the same amount of cast bars per minute, but I don't think it increases. It's more likely it decreases. Hey, Agibuster, hope you're doing well. Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. Can see it in their eyes, like when the Caemmunity. Don't tell me you saw him. Wicked White, and he took the Joker too? Damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. It's just like right. I was too late to save him. Just like I was too late to save her. But not again. Never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Caemmunity. Vengeance will be mine. Right. Yes. Never the time nor the place. More eaters could be about. It's just, every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her. Exactly, as Gazel says, you would not want to drift Bahamut intentionally to land it on the raid buffs. It would lead to you losing multiple casts of Bahamut over the course of a fight. Or potentially, depending on the length of the fight. You would not want to do that. That's what happens when you don't pay your taxes. Wow. Caemmunity comes over and goes, "Hi. Try and say my name." Welcome back, Emir. Am I winning? I think so. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavengers didn't, and the wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Sod it, I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from your other affairs, Caetsu. We'll speak again soon. Got any roulettes left? We're doing the role quest line right now, but technically we have MSQ and frontline. That is actually also a good point. Gazel says, if the fight goes on long enough, you'll eventually drift Bahamut enough that it is back in burst. In fact, at level 90, there's a possibility if you could have that much speed that you would just end up pushing your rotation so much that Phoenix lands in raid buffs. Just eventually over the course of a really, really long fight. It is possible. How possible? If a fight went beyond 9 minutes and you used your summon exactly on cooldown and your GCD was 2.2, then after 9 minutes, your summon Bahamut and summon Phoenix would actually potentially had drifted or pushed themselves over a minute. Which would then mean that Phoenix would land in raid buffs instead of Bahamut. I'm not sure how to read your name, but hello. Hey there, Senna. I broke the bad news to the widow of that scavenger while you were away. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she'd cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. Seems he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Werbetide treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greed they neglected to account for the Fey folk, who killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find, 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2, the Fangs of Authors being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to a Yulmoran, either that merchant you met at the beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. So the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which the Caemmunity attacks right, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here in Motsuk keeps the choker, the eyes of authors, locked away for safekeeping, and when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying that the Caemmunity's been hunting the royal relics. So, assuming he hasn't already claimed the third one, the Claws of Authors, then I say we should get our hands on it first and then use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the Fairy Kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome, and we're not like to be treated any better. I've traveled to Ilmeg before. Have you now, and the little devils let you go? I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask after this Werbetide ring. Gazel says how long usually does an ultimate last? A key problem there is that ultimates has a tendency to have a lot of downtime. So it would be difficult to determine whether we would actually be able to have this kind of like gradual drift that we were talking about. But they do last a long time. Oh. Alright, off we go, and we're here. It's always funny when the loading of the boss takes longer than the actual trip. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse to attack, though that might be preferable to the Fae, frankly. Still, we're going to have to deal with them eventually if we're going to find this ring. After all, the Numo were part of Werbetide society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to? Well, there's Plaina. Plaini, eh? Very well, lead on, sinner. I'll walk on my own, because this makes perfectly good sense. Lead on, sinner. I found my way here on myself, so don't worry about it. I just walked. Eleven says you won't be well received. Meanwhile, Fear will rolling out the red carpet. My sapling. They hadn't. That is true. They hadn't invented following NPCs yet, but I'm reasonably confident that they wouldn't have forced you to carry this man from here to here. Like, we still have this in Endwalker where they're like, lead the way, and then they kind of just appear where they're supposed to be. Oh, hello there. You have questions for me? The Claws of Authors. It is a ring, you see. A name I have heard before, but I know nothing save that. Oh, Solo will serve the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they will have knowledge of this treasure you seek. Why do I hear boss music? Wait. Where? Lit on, Sinner. Sinner teleports. Well... Something about your demeanor bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? A ring that belonged to the royal family of Wirbert, and it was called the Claws of Authors. But Wirbert is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have got to? Incredibly helpful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. That really helped me. Had yourself a conversation or 3? Learn anything interesting? Actually, only 2. Just 2 conversations. So this, Solol, is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they've lived well over a century. Bugger me. The princess and her knight. Here we are. Hey, grandson. I do not know you. I do not know you. Yes, you seem to know me. The 5th was discovered yesterday. A young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen could be next. Tell me you at least learned something from this one. I studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honor as court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs, without hesitation. But these are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Wirbert, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us, was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into this castle. Someone from off-screen says, "Death is already here. Surely must see that." What do you look like? Oh boy. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Saldia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Werbertite soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself. My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. So I am to gamble with their lives instead? Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high? Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. You are their princess. You're Brandon, yes? The new recruit? A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend me personally. My lady. You heard me. I will not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand. Lady Soldier, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right. There's no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come now. Come now. Now? Lady Soldier! Lady Soldier! Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You will need it and more. Imagine after becoming Theo's branch, Square Enix replaces scholars and summoners pets. You don't need anything else. Hey, are you alright? The way you were holding your head, as if racked by a terrible pain. What happened to you just now? Oh, I just got your life's backstory. Lady Soldier, you saw her with your mind's eye? Then it is as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon. What do you mean she's like Brandon? Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek? I see. And for this hunt of yours, you have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I would know that you're capable of facing the Eater you seek. There is a spot in a river not far from here in which I used to bathe, until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. Titania 2 Oberon. As for you, I have questions. Ooh boy, questions! Woohoo! You said I still have no name to attach this to. You say you can't read my name, it's a code. See, the thing is, when I say I can't read your name, it's an invitation to tell me what I should call you, because otherwise it will have a very hard time referring to you in the chat. So I'm sorry, but you'll have to give me a name, if not the name that your actual account name is. Can I eat the questions? The name is codename. Oh, that could also work. Can we go with that? I can call your codename. I do hope you're doing well, despite that. Or rather, regardless of that. Hey Aaron, hope you're doing well. I don't know what that means. Necro-res? I'm guessing what you mean, the first thing you mean is rescue resistance? Is that right? The beasts are no more, then. Good, good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood. victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. So this curse transforms people into monsters, like how sin eaters can spawn more of their own kind. I'll speak no more of this or other matters until after you have completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Caetsu accepted my terms, and so must you. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge his situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life. Yeah, I know. I saw your vision. Soldia. Was it? Hey! Wolf's Den music! Come on down! Exemplary timing, Caetsu. It was not more than a moment ago that grandson returned. He didn't leave. Having at last obliged my humble request. Humble request, my ass. This one's no better than a Yulmoran aristocrat, so accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Ere you continue and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Ha! Fine. Caetsu said she saw a vision of you and Brandon, looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died a century ago, together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Caetsu and I, but unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of old Verbit. And he's been killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? What irony, even in death he remains a slave to duty, a knight brave and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge. Oh, I see. Truly, you have suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Caemmunity is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm, I could barely wield a sword, and now I've got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. So just tell us where the goddamn ring is and we'll be on our way. This is how it has to be, Who you have to be? Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much. And in exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me? You little shite, tell me what I want now. I want to know, or I'll beat it out of you. Nope. Back off, Caetsu. I won't let anyone on anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. You do know that I did a lot, that you don't want to fight me, right? You do know that, right? Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you would be so kind as to join me in Lihegia. This had better have a point. Aaron says, I just want Pally Res back. I want you to know that in the days when Paladin had a res, it couldn't be used in combat. Which makes it wildly unhelpful nowadays, doesn't it? Just want you to know that. the ability to cast a raise in combat was a trait that only Conjurer, White Mage, and Scholar learned naturally. You couldn't get it anywhere else. So it isn't like I'm assuming that what you actually mean is, of course, that you would like Paladin to have a raise or a res. For combat purposes as well. Ham says, I think we found a hate knight. I think so too. I believe the reason why Holmgang can be used like that is because originally its only functionality was that it actually pulled the target into a snared battle. Like, where you both got rooted to the floor. Oh. I have to leave the party for solo duty. I also think that giving a tank a res would cause a huge problem with balance. Oh yeah, Codename Kids. See, the thing is, I never really got to watch that show, but I knew it existed. It's beautiful, even now. A palace of forgotten dreams. But before it was Lihagia, in the time of Werbert, it was Grünes Licht. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time, when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight who had only just worn his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Soldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter he quit Werbert. I thought I would never see him again. But then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventures led by a man named Artbert, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations, which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Lady Soldia was overjoyed, and for a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew even closer. And then came the day when we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage, Tadric. Ah, that guy. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. I've got a snazzy new hat. It was you, Tadric, do not deny it, tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. And for what? Brandon, Brandon, Brandon. And after I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Soldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I've killed you and your friends, there will be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Brap. Oh, Tadric, it hurts. Good. Soon you shall know no more pain. Ardell says, after being turned into a monster, Paldia, Saldia's little sister, became one of the 2 A-rank hunts of Ilmeg as oh poorest Paldia. Oof. I was wondering about that because that name was so specific. Also, yeah, by the power of JoJo poses. Become monsters. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. Ah, yes, torn from the heavens once again. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. Very, very, very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye. Let's see, what are we working with? Old school fight or flight, clemency, an interrupt, an AoE combo, and a single target combo. Incredible. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Neilbud? Can you, like, maybe not waste your flares and fire force on Tadric? Also, hey, Iron Reaver, hope you're doing well. And that sounds about right. That is also why my point was a little bit with that it doesn't really matter that, like, it's a little problematic, at least, with how long a ultimate takes. Because in most cases, an ultimate requires you to, like, burst when needed. And there's a lot of downtime in an ultimate. Yeah, that is true, JL. That is kind of the part of the reason why it would almost always be a problem if a tank could cast a raise in combat. Because it would lead to a situation where as long as the tank doesn't... Like, as long as the tank survives a mechanic, you can keep going. Which is maybe not the best. What, a 5 second cooldown interrupt? Wow. Nice one, Brandon. Can I have that? Like this? How about some more ads? The particular reason why it is a problem if a tank gets a raise, while it somehow isn't a problem if a DPS gets a raise, is simply because tanks have the capacity to just not die to a mechanic and just ignore it as a result. That is why it is a problem if, for example, Paladin gets a raise, whereas it's somehow not a problem if that Red Mage has a spammable raise even. Because anything that will kill it, like anything that will kill a healer will also kill the red mage, almost certainly. So there isn't a, like, that isn't a concern. Like, that is also why it kind of makes sense. Someone suggested that if Paladin gets a res, then they probably don't get to keep Holmgang. For when you really need some damage, have you tried the new double limit break? Can I have that? But even without that, there's still the possibility that... yeah, sorry, I mean hallowed ground, yes. There's still the possibility that that a tank such as Paladin could just, you know, kitchen sink it. And as a result of kitchen sinking it, can survive something you're not supposed to survive, and then just raise the group afterwards. Like there's a bunch of reasons why you might not want to allow tanks to cast raise in any capacity, because if they could, then it could cause a lot of trouble with a lot of cheesy shenanigans. Well, I tried. Meddlesome wretch, this kingdom is by rights mine. Brandon, what is the meaning of this? Tadric, you... But why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I am no servant. No servant. Not of your mother or father, or you. Bruh. My lady. God damn you. Better use Decimate to be sure, Artbird. I insist. Blep. Lady Zaldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear brave Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Now and ever after, my lady. My sword is yours to command. Oh. Oh. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, and for the good of Wirbert and her people. No, 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 I cannot. I will not. Honor your vows to your kingdom, to your princess. Oh. Finish her. Quickly now, before she becomes the second boss. To your friend who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. Bruh. Man! Why you have to do it to him, Tadric? Why you have to be like that? Should have been your shield instead? Wow. Well, he should have brought a bigger shield then. And where were you? We rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them in the jail. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. I mean, that is actually not a Werbert guard. That is the last of their adventuring troop. That's what I mean. Why is their group 2 paladins, a warrior, a black mage, and a white mage, and a bard? Well, an archer, I guess, but... Why 3 tanks? They just went, right? Healer, 2 DPS, a tank. Do we need anything else? Could always do with another tank. I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Challenge complete raid content using lore accurate Artbirds group. Who do we get as the 2 last slots? Because this group is only 6. As we just saw, they obviously need all the tanks they can get. Well, you saw what happened. I lived what happened, Solol. Wicked White. She begged him to do it, like Melinda. Come, let us quit this place and return to Pliany. Pliany! Pliany! And now we can get the music back. Do we also get the ability to cast 2 LBs at the same time? That is, yeah. What do we get to compensate for the fact that we don't get 2 LBs at the same time? Who ended up the leader of the group? Thank you. You get echo. Ah. And we go back. Oh. Do you know why I entered into the royal family service many long years ago? Because when I was attacked by a wild beast, which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid. There's naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, what she would want for me and her kingdom, for Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. For me? To define oneself in opposition to the other, an other bereft of complexity of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there's comfort and certainty in hatred, but it is a false and fleeting comfort, bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are, what we must be, what we must do, and never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves nor who it cuts. I think I need a moment. Is the hate knight becoming a love knight? Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Caetsu. I will stand right here for around 15 seconds and then I'll talk with you again anyway. Alright? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's go. I need the second paladin for clemency. Ranson, I have given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here, and where it invariably leads all who walk it. I didn't know what to do after I lost Melinda, how to mourn her or how to live. I felt that if I put it all on Dikayasin, put my everything into the hunt, that at least I wouldn't have to think about myself or what comes next. I wanted to hollow myself out and fill up that hole with hate, forget who I was, and irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago too, isn't it? Heh, hard men making hard choices, what rot. Hold on to Melinda and the memories you shared. Let that love guide you. You must become the Love Knight. You're right. I don't need the hate. Never did. I'll finish it for Melinda and for Brandon. And then I'll move on. Move on, you say? I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. And the more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow, pity. Hers not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Aye, something like that. I reckon Caetsu would agree. And Melinda, if she were here, would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, eh? Can't reach your face. Apologies for treating you with such disrespect before, Solol. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me all this time, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what I know of the claws of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelet and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Soldia was the last of her line, and after her death, they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. However, a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes of Orthus. Yes, the relics were concealed with magical wards. I can only presume that once they were spirited away, the Kaiser was then able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinctive loyalty to his princess. That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken, then the 3rd is still. Claim the claws of Orthus, and he will surely come for you, yes. Tim Geus, would you like to borrow a consonant? Tim Geus is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade, and you will see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Solol. I promise we will bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. With me! Hard man becoming a love knight. Absolutely. And may you find peace as well, child. Zuda says her kingdom is currently underwater and ruled by fairies. Well, good thing that she's a small dragon then. Or was. Although I don't think she was the Fishra kind. Come, sinner, to the Nightmobile! Meep, meep, meow. Gazel says, are you sure they have jobstones? Good point. Darth says, warrior always seems to be DPS in lore outside of the warrior questline. I don't know. The thing is, every time Artbird appears in the Shadowbringers story, he's usually he's usually a tank. Like, he's usually one of the 2 tanks who are tanking. As far as I remember. So, like, he is at least tanking. But I see what you mean, that it isn't uncommon for warrior to just not be a tank. Or not necessarily be a tank, at least. It's quite weird. Not being able to reach is clearly the reason it only stayed with thinking. I mean, there's really far up there. He's really tall compared to Smol Caetsu. The DPS healer who doesn't want to tank. Yeah, it's probably for the best that Shadowbringers was in Shadowbringers and Artbird wasn't in Endwalker, because if Bloodwedding existed during Artbird's story, he wouldn't need anyone else. A small satchel containing a fine powder comprised mainly of ground mushroom and enchanted with pneumo magics. Useful for dispelling all manner of illusions, save the ones under which we choose to labor. Save the ones under which we choose to labor. That sounds really weird. Useful for dispelling all manner of illusions, save the ones under which we choose to labor. So it works for dispelling all manner of illusion, except the ones it doesn't work on. Save the ones we wish to put... Yeah, exactly. It's like, except the other ones. Where you need more difficult powder to... Oh, except the ones we want to be under. Oh, that might also explain it. You toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth, its twinkling motes of light, a coffer begins to take shape. Girahim says, Ardbert on the cusp of inventing bloodwetting right before he meets a healer and goes, okay, this is fine actually. This must be the claws of authors. It should really be claw of authors, shouldn't it? All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. Isn't this fine? Can't we just do it right here? Never mind, I guess it will be right here. Or we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Speak of the paladin. Hey there, old man. I don't know you and you don't know me, but I know your story. I know this isn't you, and I know that if Lady Soldia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll all be over soon, I promise you. Can't we do it right here, Brandon? Allow me to introduce myself. Yeah, indeed. I heard you loud and clear. Oh, he has Savage Blade. Why does he have Savage Blade? That ability, that action was removed in Shadowbringers. Why? Well then. That looked like a bravery limit break. Why can't I write righteousness without hearing Vorthry? I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail. Yeah. Ow. Oh, that is a weird way to deal with such a mechanic, Ransom. A little bit excessive, don't you think? Spirits without. Might makes right. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Uh-oh. Wait. Nothing happened. I think. Oh, I got a magic vulnerability. Kogachu says, what is my personal favorite tank to play at the moment? Actually, genuinely, I am enjoying Dark Knight quite a lot, but my main is pretty much always Warrior. Why? Why do you run through me like that? That was his spot. Didn't you read the macro? I'm supposed to be on that side. I posted it. I pasted my macro, you saw, and I claimed off-tank. And off-tank spot is there. Right on the boss, so you can't be in melee range. Just as just, sinner. Go, Frey! I choose you! That doesn't look dangerous at all. Damn Eater, let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. Poof. Finally. You watching, Melinda? A very picture of a Venn diagram. Ooh. A crystal. Finally. Lunch. Huh? Now, and ever after, my lady Saldia, my sword is yours to command. Brandon, he's still in there? Now I'm over here. I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her. Now I'm here. I'm like at least level 50 in this gear. But that would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh, my lady Saldia. He's gone. And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now we just got to find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumbles upon them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight, am I right? Give them to the Froth. Maybe Solo will have some ideas. Let's head back to Plyini. Don't lick pre-eaten candy. It's already been munched on. I suppose that's close enough. Put them in Hullbreaker Heart. No one will ever find them. You know, that is actually... I think that might work. Ymia says give them to me. A nice armor to stick them in. I can just glamour them. No one will be the wiser. It is done. Brandon has been laid to rest. You saw us when we arrived. Do you really have to ask? No, I suppose not. Oh, my dear friend, I pray you have found peace. What of you, grandson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last? Yeah, I suppose so. Though, to be honest, it felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought. Oh, no, that just won't do. Because you finally saw him for what he was, and accepted that truth into your heart, the battle was but an afterthought. Ha! Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. By the way, I brought you some gifts. The 3 royal relics of Werbert. Then Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker. And now it's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Soldia and her knight would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course. And their souls may sleep soundly forevermore. We shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Now that that's settled, I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak with you back at the usual spot in the Crystarium. Be well, Solol. I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. Few can find the strength to overcome such a terrible tragedy, but he did. As have you. On no few occasions, I'm sure. It has been a pleasure, Caetsu. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. Oh, that sounds very inviting. J for that. Well, now you have one more you can ask. Put them in the PvP mode that no one does. Rival wings. Well, the thing is, there is a way. Oh, BSR's still here. There is a way to do rival wings. Usually, people do it by planning it in like communities. There's the PvP Revival Discord, where they sometimes plan events. As Suda says, it's at specific times. Basically said the same thing I did. But yeah, as an outsider looking in, it does look like Rival Wings is impossible to play. Well met, Sinner. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only of Dikaiosun and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my own personal affairs that I didn't realize I was only pushing others away. Glynnet was the only one who saw through the facade. He's a perceptive one. I took one look at me when I got back and broke into a smile. But enough about him. I have yet to thank you properly, Caetsu. I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. So what's next for you, Sinner? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here or in Ride or anywhere else, so I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most, and there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So, let's not call it a goodbye. Let's just say, until the next hunt. I'm supposed to disappear right now. Wheresoever you go, may you find shade, sinner. $690 minutes of queue for rival wings. See, exactly. If you like queue at a point when no one is like going to queue and it like stays until like the evening, then you could get that much time while avoiding whatever time people normally would queue. But it is difficult with rival wings. It's actually also difficult with crystalline conflict. If you don't queue for crystalline conflict at the right time, you might not get a queue pop at all. We did the thing. What's a rival wing? This. It's a mutated chicken wing. Right. We can do the Dark Knight level 80 quest now. Where is it? Does anyone know where it is? Oh, right, it's Sudoku. Enjoy your coffee, Traverse. Then we'll have that, and then we'll probably do MSQ roulette and frontline. All roads lead back to... Ouch! Ah, Caetsu. It so happens I have a letter for you, and weirdly, you were just talking for an entire quest line with someone with nearly exactly the same voice as mine. Isn't that strange? But before we talk about that, mind telling me what you've been getting yourself into lately? You and your scions, I mean. I've an inkling, perhaps. What scions? I went and saved another world as it happens. Come again? Reflections of the Source? Parallel worlds? Sin Eaters? What the seven hells are you on about? Something tells me this is only going to make any kind of sense if you walk me through it from the beginning, step by step. Right, then. So to sum up, you were swept up into yet another realm-shaking conflict, were you? Well, of course you were. You have an insatiable hunger for it, don't you? And even when you bite off more than you can chew, you refuse to let go. What? As if you didn't know. Hells. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I suspected you were a particular blend of impulsive and stubborn. Takes a special kind of bastard to become a Dark Knight, much less a warrior of light, don't you think? You traveled onto a doomed world and pledged your sword to a futile cause. You fought, and you fought, and you fought, and in the end, you won the day. That is a reference to what Artbird says. We fought, and we fought, and we fought. Though, I know it wasn't without loss, without sacrifice. Victories like that are always bought with blood. Yeah, bites off more than you can chew. Fits small guy perfectly. That is actually true. And yeah, she pledged her lands originally. But you and your comrades paid that price all the same. That faraway land and her people live on because you all were willing to fight to the bitter end. Because you were too stubborn to die. And because of love, I'm sure. This again with your love nights. Being grim and dark will only get you so far, don't you remember? It's like the Mughals, like Sir Umpain himself said, the flame in the abyss, the love you bear for the ones you hold most dear, that is the source of true strength. Caetsu could have never made it this far if her heart wasn't filled to the brim with love. Is this a roundabout way of asking me about my heart's desires? The smugness. Smug Kai. Let's not and say we did, eh? I'm sure that Thancred fellow you mentioned would provide a far more meaningful and interesting response. Having to look after the reincarnation of his surrogate daughter is certainly, though I suppose on some level I can relate. Indeed. What? I've not once thought of you as my father. Well, no, I mean, we're not even the same race, so of course no one would even look at us and assume. What? If you want to put a label on it, then what would you prefer? Master and disciple? Man, servant, and noblewoman? Sid. How about chocobos are us, and whatever you damn well like? Gosh, you can be daft at sometimes. This again. Hey! What did I tell you about calling me that? Children, am I right? Best we give her a moment to cool her head. For now, let's talk about that letter I mentioned earlier. It's an invitation to Smash Bros. It's addressed to you, but who penned it I cannot say. It was delivered to me by a young woman of the broom. Lunny, I believe her name was. Said she'd seen us with you out and about in Ishgard before, and reckoned that if she left it with us, you'd eventually be around to pick it up. Before you ask, no, I have not taken a peek, so its contents remain a complete and utter mystery to me. As for the center, you'll have to pester Lunny at the Holy Stables if you want to know more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an angry girl to mollify. Warrior of Light joins the battle! Caetsu brings their blade! Within the sealed envelope is a paper, which you unfold to find a message written in a strangely familiar scrawl. Caetsu Chaiji, you'll forgive me for the sudden correspondence and the secrecy. You helped me, in a way. Once upon a time, it's past time You helped me, in a way. Once upon a time. It's past time I said as much, and so here we are. Feels like a lifetime ago, come to think on it. You've been through quite a lot since then, accomplished incredible things. I'd like to think that, in some way, I was a part of your journey. Far from the best, no doubt, but for me and my own journey, I think it's safe to say that you've been, well, there's no suitable words to describe it, really. I've done things, I've done things. Made decisions. Looking back, I can't help but feel more than a little foolish, but such is life, and we have to seize what few opportunities we have for closure, even if it is through the written word and not face to face. So wherever you are, I hope you're happy. Still fighting, still adventuring, still doing what you love. Be well. The letter bears no signature or any obvious clues as to the author's identity. Perhaps Lunny can shed light on this mystery. Bom, 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 bom. Ymir says we are all Smol Caetsu's family. That sounds about right. Like everywhere Smol Caetsu goes is a family trip. Now you might be wondering how she has so many family members, and the answer to that is don't worry about it. It's you, it's really you. Caetsu Chaiji, my hero. Honestly, I never thought I'd get to see you again, much less speak with you. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, you probably don't remember me at all, do you? I'm not surprised. All in a day's work, I suppose, saving silly little fools like me. And it was so long ago when you rescued me from those temple knights who were trying to take me away from my grandmother. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Though you swinging that great big blade of yours, bellowing all kinds of terrible threats and sending them running. I'm sure some might say you overdid it, but thanks to you, my grandmother and I never heard from that lot again. And ever since Sir Aymeric and his allies came into power, we've had a lot less of that trouble all over. But let me guess, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Leaving everyone at a loss as to who could have penned it. The letter, huh? I thought so. It wasn't me who wrote it, I can tell you that much. I got it from a knight I befriended after tending to his chocobo a couple of times, Sir Patronade. He said it was to be delivered to the hero of the Scions, a peerless warrior with 1,000 victories to her name. After I described your features in detail, it all fell into place. She's yay high! And since I was certain you'd eventually pay a visit to your friends, I offered to take it to them. Anyway, he's the one you need to talk to if you're after the center. Maybe check the congregation? I mean, that's where knights congregate, I presume. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that sounds about right, Silverman. It's the girl from the level 30 quest. And it's really funny how every time NPCs like recount the story of you helping them in that particular part of the story, they're like, wow, you were really, really going at it. Because obviously everything Frey said was you. Or at least were perceived as you. Does that make Reaper's Void Pact family? Yes. After they described your features. I was a Hure when I helped you, and now I'm a Hrothgar. How? You. How may I be of service to you, Mistress Chaiji? The letter? The letter. Oh, what a relief it is to see that it arrived unmolested. It was entrusted to me by Orella of Ralga's Reach. After the battle at the Gimlet Dark, I spent a few nights there, you see. I can only assume that whoever sent it to the Reach had heard tell of the battle between you and Lord Xenos, and how you had been brought to the Barber. However, by the time it arrived, you had long since been spirited away to Ishgard. Had Looney not recognized you from my stories, I do not know how I might have seen it to your hand. If you seek the author, mayhap you should pay a visit to the Reach. I know only what I told you, but surely Orella can tell you more. May the Fury watch over and keep you, friend. To the barber. Every race looks the same to the NPCs. Silvermint says, apparently in the Japanese version you are in fact running around with an animated corpse, and it is Frey saying everything you feel, and not you, if that makes sense. That is strange. Does that mean that in the Japanese version they're, like, referring to that corpse? A pleasure to see you. Lost that long-haired boy of yours again? No! Letter! This is about the letter, is it? It came with a shipment of supplies from Little Alamigo, as I recall. I can only presume the sender was hoping that Commander Hext would see it to you personally, but I'm not surprised it escaped unnoticed given the chaos of the Gimlet Dark and after. It found its way into my medical supplies, and as you well know, I decided to let that Ishgardian knight take charge of its delivery. In any event, I advise you to continue your search in Little Alamigo, and if anyone there knows aught of the letter's author, it would be Gundobald. You were walking everywhere with a rotting skeleton and throwing it at enemies in battle. It was wild. Well met, Caetsu. I was not expecting a visit. What brings you to Southern Thanalan this evening? Letter! This letter, you say, and you seek the author. If you read it, then you know their heart, what you meant to them, how you changed their life for the better. It's a feeling I understand all too well, which is why I agreed to send this letter with the supplies for Ralga's Reach. Yet you never were one to let a mystery remain unsolved, were you? Seek answers. Closure. I will not deny you this. At the Red Rooster Stead in Lower Lanosea, you will find a man named Goatherd. Speak with him. Perhaps then you will find a measure of peace. Bruh. I suppose that does make sense, Silvermint, but the thing is, the way that it makes sense that they accuse you of talking to a corpse is that you technically were. When you picked up the soul crystal, you literally was talking to the corpse. And that's all they need. Like, really, that's enough proof. I don't know. I would assume that Gazel might be able to tell us if the way that the story is in Japanese is completely different, because I'm pretty sure Gazel did it in Japanese. I don't know if you jest, JL, but I will say that that is how justice worked in Ishgard before the ending of Heavensward and all that. Like, I don't know if you jest, but it was like that at some point. Okay, you also know that. Fair enough. Oh gosh, it's you, but why? Why are you here? You really don't remember any of it. The Kikian bandits. A certain merchant who may have overstepped his bounds just a trifle. You were a right bloody mess when you returned to the dry docks with my wares, and I do mean bloody. I say, is none of what I'm telling you ringing a bell? Really? Not even the part where I refused to thank you and demanded that you pay me restitution for the property you yourself returned to me? Well, seeing as I've already confessed it, I may as well reiterate. It was me. That was just the beginning of my bad luck, as it happens. A string of bad decisions left me in debt to some very unforgiving fellows, and before I knew it, they had taken damn near everything I owned. I was friendless, penniless, hopeless, and let me tell you, running afoul of the Warrior of Light had not done me any favors either. There was a time when I couldn't help but blame you for all my misfortune. And then one day, when I was rummaging through my meager possessions, I had an epiphany. I stumbled upon a package from that shipment you recovered for me that ill-fated day. Flower bulbs, stained with Kikian blood, but viable for cultivation, still brimming with the potential to grow and thrive. Before I knew it, I was cradling the package to my breast, sobbing and moaning like a mad fool. For a fool is exactly what I had been. I had been offered a kindness without let or lean, and instead of thanking this generous hero, had spat in her face. So I left that life behind, save for the bulbs I brought with me here. Apprenticed myself to the botanists and resolved to start anew. And wouldn't you know it, the stubborn little fiends finally bloomed for me. I suppose it's only fitting that you'd show up again that very day. I've had 1,000 regrets, but none greater than how I spoke to you. I say this not to beg your forgiveness, but to tell you how you've changed me for the better, and to thank you for the opportunity. I do have one request, if you are amenable to it. I pray you accept a flower, one of the precious few that has bloomed, a token of my heartfelt appreciation for my personal savior. Admittedly, this particular breed is perhaps best suited for funerals and farewells, but if you'd rather not keep it for yourself, perhaps there's someone else who might welcome it. Someone else indeed. Hey, Dragma. Glad to hear that. I hope you're enjoying Dark Knight. I'm glad you find my guides helpful. That's fair enough, Castle. I imagine that you might have just like mashed through the story on that character. Oops. Did I not wait? I'll come back. I'm glad to hear that, Dragmo. That means a lot. That you still get them. Guardians mourning the loss of a loved one. Temple Knights, halt criminal scum! There's no response. Yet there can be no answer but this, can there? So let us wait for a time, you and I, in the cold and in the snow, in the dark. Clever, clever, clever.
Or are we just playing it by ear? No matter. I wanted this once. More than anything, a chance to speak and be heard. But neither of us needs it anymore. And if we were to look deep within ourselves, we would realize that we never did. I don't have my glasses. That's why I'm angry. We are the stories we tell ourselves. The brave hero, the tortured soul, the altruist, the pragmatist. They will tell you who they see, but you and you alone know who you are. For I speak only for myself. If you find comfort in my words, they are yours for the taking. But that is your choice, now and ever after, as it has always been. Now comes your part, to cloak yourself in the fiction, to breathe life into the dead, to give a voice to the voiceless. As we did together that day, when you gave us our answer. Was it ever mine? Fum.
The journal entry after we completed. Wow, there's a lot here. You say a few words and offer a flower in memory of a memory. Now go and don't look back. It's been a long, strange journey filled with all kinds of ups and downs. Your journey, to be sure, but like I wrote before, I'd like to pretend I was an important part of it. Vanity, aye, but how can I not think of legacy? Now, when we've been to the first and witnessed firsthand the lengths to which man will go to be remembered. I want to believe, I need to believe that this was not for nothing, that I changed you for the better, as you changed me. I do have to say the shine on this sword is really nice. Works really well with the dye as well. Welcome back, Caetsu. As you can see, Rael and I are getting along swimmingly, so you needn't worry about us in the slightest. Not one bit. So, what of that mysterious unsigned letter? Did your grand search for answers lead you anywhere interesting? Closure, perhaps. That so? Well, glad to hear it, I suppose. Umia says no artifact gear. The artifact gear isn't dyeable. And we have better gear. The weapon is. Well, we can grab the weapon then. Vivi says locking the dyeable gear behind a trial people don't do was a choice. Yeah, but then again, the first time they gave you the dyeable option, just handed it to you on a silver platter, was in Endwalker. Every single time before that, it has been a journey to get the dyeable version, if there even was one. So let's not leave a gift horse in the mouth. Oh yeah, true, the Heavensward version is dyeable, that's why we're wearing it. Weird how they really went back and forth on it then, right? Look, it's the Shadowbringer. It's a big block of steel. Right then. So now we're back on the roulette grind. How about we start with frontline? And then we can finish with MSQ roulette. So who here wants to do front line? That solves that. If there's anyone who wants to do front line in a group number 2, you are 3. I will announce a little bit before I queue, so that you have a chance to queue into me if you like. We can head back to the rest area. We can do that. just wait here in Crystarium so that the other people that I just left there has a chance to get here before I queue for anything. By that I mean both Bob and BSR and Aradel. Bob says, how do I unlock frontline? Oh, it's a little roundabout because you have to talk with someone at your grant company. And you might have to actually go back and forth, if I remember correctly. I remember when we had to unlock it on Smol Kai, it was weirdly of an ordeal. This might not be particularly helpful right now, but I do talk about how to unlock it in that video. Bob, are you going to unlock it right now? Because if you're quick, we could wait. Still need an 8th. I can join it. Don't mind it is. The thing is, because we're doing frontline like this, we can only queue with 4 players at a time. So, and I don't know how many here actually wants to do frontline. So the question is whether you want to find group up here and queue. I will announce when we queue, so that which I will in a moment. Bob said, "Don't wait." So that you can queue at the same time as me, so you land in the same match. The key thing you have to remember, Derpy Pig, is that you have to make sure you are on the light data center in EU. Otherwise, we will not land in the same match at any rate. If you are on EU, you could come over here so that we can, at the very least, you can join up with, I don't know if we have a group number 2, do we? That you're not entirely alone. You happen to be on Alpha. Are you here in Crystarium? Are you not able to access Crystarium? Are you here among us? Amogus? Bum 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 bum. Oh, indeed, there you are. Right, my guess is maybe Aradel is making a group number 2. So if you join up with Aradel, we can at least make sure we have 2 teams. And the reason is, if we queue at the same time, we might land in the same match. I can't guarantee you'll land on my team. But if you're queuing with other people from the community, you'll at least land with them. I think we have a 4 and a 2. We can do it like this. We can also see if we can have 3 and 3 if there's anyone that wants to join Aradol's team. We can also just do it like this. Yumia's joining Aradol. Okay. Right then. I'll do a ready check to see that we're ready. I'm assuming that Aradol is doing a ready check in their end. Yumia wants to be content. Not necessarily. Last time I checked, Yumia did the thing where they chased me through the entirety of the Asim step to fight me and only me. That's content, fair enough. Right, I will queue at 8:10. Yeah, in reality, I will probably be playing Black Mage when we get in, because I'm a lot better at Black Mage in PvP than I am at Dark Knight. In Silvermint, if you log in and queue before we start, there's a reasonable chance that you'll land in the same match. But you would have to do that. Like, you'd have to hurry. Dark Knight Salted Earth Pinball. Yeah, the thing is, I've tried Dark Knight a few times in PvP, and I'm just not good at it. Like, I'm straight up just not good at it. A lot of the things that I feel like it requires to play Dark Knight well is to know when to take risks, and those risks notably are in relation to how low your HP can go. And the thing is that I know how ninjas think, because I have played ninja a bit in PvP. Ninjas basically have like a radar where they just go oop, LB kill, and just jump you. So if you're ever below 50% and hear a single sound that sounds like a ninja, you just mash heal so that you don't get one shot. So yeah, I don't plan to, Ymir. That is why I said I'm probably going to be playing Black Mage anyway, because I've done that a lot more. Just in general, in frontline, I find it extra hard to play melee. Not because they're at a specific disadvantage, because melee jobs actually have... Oh, plot twist, you don't have frontlines. Well, you can still make it. We're not on the match yet. You just have to speedrun unlocking it. But yeah, melee jobs have like a 50% damage reduction passive in frontline, so they're a lot tankier than ranged jobs that only have 25%. And then there's Red Mage and Dancer that have 35%. But it just feels way harder to find openings to do anything as a melee job in my experience. So it's just easier for me to play ranged. That's also the thing, like I might have found it easier when I was doing frontline more often, but nowadays I basically do one frontline as Smol Kai a week for the XP and just the XP. And also queue time's long tonight, isn't it? I feel it queuing in the air tonight. Front lines unlock 80%. Yeah, exactly, Vivi. That's like sometimes the knowledge of how jobs work in PvP might not be good for you. And other times, knowing lets you avoid the traps. What I mean by that is, if you don't know how a samurai works in PvP, you'll just attack them. Which means that every time the samurai is bluffing, you just hit them anyway. But every time they're not bluffing... Oh, frontline popped. Every time they're not bluffing, you die. On the other hand, when you know, what happens instead is every time that the samurai clicks their button, you will just completely stop attacking. Just in case. Maybe they have LB, which means that the samurai can sometimes fake hallowed ground every time they use their cooldown. Like just 5 seconds where you can't do anything to them. I think it's 5, or is it 6? The game was waiting, but maybe you're on the same match. What's your character name, Silvermint? Oh, we landed on the same team. Zuzulu. Well, you're at least not on my team. What team are you on? Are you red? Are you yellow or blue? You're red. In that case, you're probably not in the same match because we're red, unless... Are you on our team? Did I miss you? I'm pretty sure... Did 2 matches pop at the same time? You're blue. Okay. Well, then we might see Zuzulu later. Or you might see me. I'm very hard to miss. That's a lot of spots to defend on our end. This might be a problem. We might run into overgreed. We won't be able to hold all 3 spots. Unless yellow and blue are both choosing to fight over the scraps over there. Ooh, people from behind. Somehow we still have all 3 points. This might be good. Wait, are we stealing the point right behind yellow? Oh yeah, it's big brain time. Well, we tried, but I don't think we're getting this. Uh-oh. Oh. Hit from behind again. A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Wow! Look at that points difference. Hey, Obama. Hope you're doing well. Well, you didn't miss all of it, at the very least. Boink. Boink. Hey! Knockout! Knockout! We have acquired Battle High. We now have Dabblage. More Dabblage. How to play Frontline is just cast in their general direction. There is a lot more to it than that, and unfortunately, I'm not good enough at PvP to tell you that. Oh, there it is. I was wondering how, like, where that dragoon disappeared to. We have to escape now. I have no more juice. I have nowhere to escape with. Ow. That machine is probably a little mad. Survive that drill by magic alone, I guess. We can't win that. Excuse me? Ah, I just barely didn't get it. Run! I have no more healing. Ow! See, this is the downside of getting such a landslide lead right at the start. It puts a target on your back, and there's a reasonable chance that even if both of the other teams overtake us, both of the other teams will just decide to keep attacking us for the rest of the match. Because this has a tendency to happen. Whew. Hey! The lucky last hit. We can't really get out because yellow's waiting for us to do exactly that. Can we even get that point right outside our base? Hopefully we can. It would be nice if knockouts were percentage based. Actually, I do agree with that. That would be nice, that you don't have to worry about specifically sniping the very, very last hit. Although there is also something strategic in intention, like in making sure that it is a specific player that gets the kill in these kinds of circumstances. And I do think there is a reasonable argument that that makes sense to keep too. Yeah, it would be nice, because it would make it easier in this format where there's very little, like, where there's limited amounts of teamwork, let's just say. That it just was, like, constructed in a way where it isn't a problem. Blues coming from the south. Exactly, Wafers. A little bit like that. There's also the argument that certain jobs are a lot better at at actually bursting, and so by extension are better at like making more use of getting the battle high more quickly. Whereas jobs that are better at like just doing a lot of damage in general are better at like just participating in a lot of fights, which allows them a lot more free access to just, you know, getting a ton of assists, which allows them to indirectly produce all the battle high they need without getting very many kills. Yeah, now we're in the situation where fights are still happening on our doorstep, and blue and to some extent yellow has gotten really fat on farming us on both ends. But everyone's still fighting here Like, it's so egregious that I haven't even seen this part of the map. Because everyone's just been here. And all of this happened because we scored a massive lead right at the start of the match. That was the problem. Ah. I really hoped I could snipe him while he was potioning. This is a funny thing that I've also observed a lot in Frontline is it's very common for the second place team to get really mad that the third place is just farming second place and making it harder for second place to fight first place. And by doing so, they're making first place win by default. But the thing is, as long as third place is third place and closer to second place, it always makes more sense to mess with second place. It's actually second place's problem to deal with first place because they want to win. We just want to beat second place. Which I know it sounds very convoluted, but that's the general idea. Oh, look! Silvermint was here! And was on the winning team, no less. Nice! Yeah, that is how these things happen, is that logically, third place had to attack... third place would always be more interested in attacking second place than first place, because if we, the third place, attack second place, we can pull them down to third place, so we can be second place. Second place cares about stopping first place from winning because second place wants to be first place. Obviously, third place also wants to be first place, but we have to be second place first, and it's easier to pull second down with us. And by forcing that, by third place specifically targeting second place, that can also make second place more likely to leave third place alone. Instead of trying to, like, just farm third place. Because third place specifically farming whoever comes close to them. Whatever's easiest, they don't actually care. In fact, third place doesn't care about second place or first place. They care about what's easy points. Is there a free kill? We'll take it. Yeah, exactly, Wafers. A little bit like weakening ads in League for your laner to kill for more gold. Or, I don't know how common this is, but it at least was back when I played League over a decade ago. Yes, do you feel old yet? League of Legends is over a decade old. That sometimes you would like back off as an enemy was near death so that someone else could get the kill because it's worth more gold. Now, MSQ Roulette last. Do both Graham and Gazel want to join for that? I'm guessing Emia really wants to join for that. Yeah, nice one, Silvermint. It's always a matter of like just progressing and improving. I did see you were pretty far down on the scoreboard, but it's one step at a time. Is there anyone else who wants to come along for MSQ Roulette? It seems Gazel did not want to come along. This works. Derby Pig says they could also... Is there anyone in the group that specifically does not want to come? Then we can check that. Otherwise, I think it's fine we do this. Thank you, though, Derby Pig. There's actually a bunch of people here, so maybe if they like, I see almost a group here if everyone wants to. But there's an additional group that could do a roulette if you like. Thank you very much, Brigazalia. I really appreciate it. Right. Obama says, it says in that ready check thingy that not good is a summoner, and then in the party list a white mage. What's going on here? So, let's take that. The way that the ready check works is that it doesn't know this. It doesn't know what it says here on the left. So it doesn't refresh unless you open the party list, like this one, the social version. If you open that, it actually refreshes, but I didn't. So it's just, it doesn't actually keep track of what the light party is. That's kind of the reason. Baby Pig says I still have a few roulettes to do, actually. Well, we have, I don't know how many over there wants to join, but Neff, Aradil, and Yazel are also Caemmunity. So, maybe you want to group up for that. Oh. I don't think we'll cap from that. But we will reach level 81. Zilman says, I play this alt on a controller and also not familiar with Black Mage on PvP, so it was learning on the go. I could imagine Black Mage on a controller in PvP would be very confusing. I had trouble targeting, and I was on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, the ready check thing is a little bit weird. I like how the music lowers so you can hear the voice lines that are not there. And that is peak. Sid speaks with silence. He just moves his mouth at you and you just know what he's going to say. There's an interesting party chat here. Do you believe? No. In Smol Kai? Yes. In Eorzea? No. Sorry for moving the mobs. That probably wasn't very helpful for White Mage. My bad. Do you believe in Smol Kai? That's also true, Gazel. If you're in a frontline match, when you're defending, you're wasting time. It's almost. Of course, again, I'm not exactly an expert, but I'm reasonably confident that it is always better to attack than to just sit and defend. Even if it could lead to you losing a spot, because you can just retake it. But if you're defending, you're not fighting. If you're not fighting, you're absolutely not getting any battle high. Do you believe in Caemmunity? Do you believe in Caemmunity? To believe in Caemmunity is to believe in a web of smallhood and relief. To believe in Caemmunity is to believe in wholesome. That sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think we say yes to that. Why do you think they all feed Smol Kai the crystals? It's because they don't. It's because they don't have the strength to do otherwise. Just smash cut to Smol Kai, just forcibly taking crystals out of people's hands, and eating them. Nom. A Caemmunity. Yeah, indeed. Just like a primal. A Caemmunity. Do you believe in Eorzea? Gaius! Ah, sit, my boy. You are late. There is something I always meant to tell you, yet the time never seemed right. It concerns your father. What of him? In the winter of his years, Midas came to abhor his part in Meteor. He told me that he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sordid business. But he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project until the day it killed him. Come now, Sid. You must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him completely in its thrall. Shortly before his transformation, mayhaps sensing that something was amiss, your father confided to me all the regrets of his life. Most of them concerned you. Early on in your career, he realized that while you had the talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it. Though he could not let it show. That is correct, he was tempered. You ripped open walls in this place just so you could say this to me? What is it you want, Gaius? I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle and become the Empire's lead engineer. It is your destiny. My father had a change of heart. You said so yourself. Besides, I've long known my destiny, and I assure you it lies not with the Empire. A pity. And what of you, adventurer? Will you not consider making common cause with me? Do you pay in candy or what? No, and I can expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous to be let to remain. This is why I proffer my blade, and by my blade, I actually mean... this guy's blade! Now that's a blade! Jael says, you never lived up to your father's expectations, but he still loves you. He just told me, and not you. Here's my blade. Let me summon it. Gaius, wait! Damn it! Damn it! No! Cerulean vents. Sid's father drank too much Baja Blast. Wow. It's the new flavor. Obama says, did Nero store his hammer in the roof? Specifically to have like a flashy boss entrance? Almost certainly. How did he get it up there? Maybe he used the Magitech bits? Maybe he used one of the death claws. He just handed it to it. Like, you hold this. Put it up there. Just hold it until I say go. Yeah, exactly, Obama. It's like levels of being excessively fancy, like that thing with Dio and the stairs. I'll make you think that my special ability allows me to makes you unable to get up the stairs, but what actually happens is I stop time, move you 5 steps down the stairs, and then go back to my seat and resume time. And do it every time you try and go up the stairs. I'm a genius. Oof. Crap. Almost perfectly synced. Crap. Another arm. Crap. Ow. Yarm.
That bulkhead is composed of a special alloy, extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave a mark, I'm afraid. You'll need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon, as I did at Castrum Meridianum. The armor's cores like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now, listen well. Press the control, engage ancillary, then fire away. Don't mind the something.
Don't mind the something. Doesn't the Empire ever just send 4 Magitech armors out? Seems pretty unstoppable. I know, right? Why is it their Magitech armors are so weak? Our armor has a soul. Aha. Thank you, Silvermint. Not British enough. Eh.
You're natural at this. Alright, the way's clear, but it's just you and your own 2 feet now, so be careful.
Oh. My Magitech armor, though. I wanted to use it for Savage. Very true, JL. How? Rip robot. Bestest friend robot. Praetorium Savage. That's when you have to do that entire section without Magitech armor. You've been leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventurer.
Someone there?
Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice again after all these years.
Nero, is that you?
I'll put you on speaker. You sound well. It would seem the Savage Land agrees with you. The highest ranking tribunus of the 14th. It was you all this time?
Tell me, Garland, how long do you intend to keep all the glory for yourself?
What? You've lost me. You're cutting out. Don't play the fool with me. Ever since the Academy, I've been condemned to live in your shadow. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the two of us, yet that fact counted for naught besides your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your father was the great Midas Nan Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would finally rise. But by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend, your reputed genius gaining credence merely by dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you're still the young prodigy of Magitech. I, meanwhile, have ever been made to feel second-rate. I, who have continued to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, why, it is only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps of the great Sid Nan Bloody Garland. Apparently someone exited the game and logged back in to skip the cutscene. Nero, I don't know what to say. It matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Bales saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and this in spite of your betrayal. Did he extend any such offer to me, the man who has remained loyal to him for all these years? Why, no, he did not. Long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord Van Balezar is in the midst of activating the fully powered Ultima weapon. It is my magnum opus, the creation that will win me the recognition I am due. I will not let anyone interfere.
Nero, what are you...
Shut up! Ever since I first set foot in the benighted land, I have watched you. Every move you have made, every step you have taken, every breath you have taken. You felt icons, a feat made possible by the Echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I. If truth be told, it is my desire to harness your power for use in the Ultima weapon. Boonk. Yeah, you can escape these cutscenes much quicker by... Should I succeed, Lord Van Balezar will surely take notice. Beside this, Garland's achievements will be as child's play. Come, adventurer, and yield to me the secrets of your power. If you exit the game completely and then log in again and like come completely into the duty again, you will have skipped the entire cutscene itself. So if the cutscene is long enough that you could feasibly close the game, start the game, and log in before the cutscene is over, there is an advantage, technically an advantage to doing so. It's pretty much only Praetorium where this is the case, though, which is why it's very rare to see these days. It was actually a little bit more common in the days just before they made this, turned this into 4-man content. Like, people started to get so well acquainted with being able to do that it almost, like, I remember there was a short period where people started to reach the point where they were like, it was almost, some players were like annoyed that people didn't do the skip of closing the game and opening it again. And when that happens, you know that it's starting to become like a social community problem in a way. When people are basically asking you to do such a gimmicky trick, or rather expecting you to do it. A little strange. Exactly, Jill. Nope. Not only does that screw over first timers, but it also means that people are it also screws over people with slow computers. Because if your computer's not super fast, then it is actually not beneficial. This changes nothing, because I can just turn off the light. Like this. It would be so funny if you just add like the sound of like footsteps. The Ultima weapon is activated and it brims with the power of icons. Nothing can withstand its might. Like just as these lights go out, you just hear him like just running out.
Are you all right?
In the instant prior to the blackout, the instruments detected a massive power surge from the deepest chambers. Gaius is certain to be there. We have no time to waste. The sound of the hammer scraping on the floor. Word arrived from the Alliance a short while ago. It seems the Order of the Twin Adder has completed its blockade of Castrum Sentry. What hands they can spare are hastening this way even as we speak, and likewise for the Maelstrom. All that's left is to destroy the ultimate weapon.
I should warn you, the chamber which houses the target appears to be saturated with aetheric energies. There's bound to be heavy interference. But even if we lose contact, you must go on. Just do anything I wouldn't do, alright?
Like, fight a primal? The marks, you can see where he pulled it.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the ultimate weapon.
Sid, have you read my resume? What would the Warrior of Light's resume look like? What would the Warrior of Light put on their resume if they had to make one? Kill gods for a living.
Eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful.
Sid, fix this complex engineering problem. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I don't think the connection will last much.
So don't fix this problem because you wouldn't do that.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Candy.
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not?
Which is strange, is it
Are
not?
the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you?
Fight for this planet is where I keep my stuff. Is that a Goku reference or something?
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether.
Zuda says the resume is just I am the Warrior of Light, written very largely in crayon. That would be very accurate for small guy, I think.
See how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. champion of Eorzea.
If that even is your real name.
Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
Is the camera mirrored? Yeah, mirrored? Yes.
But none among you has the power to stop me.
It is mirrored because otherwise... Wait. Because otherwise, I would just be facing that way. And that would just be weird. Creeping Mendacity is a sick name for a metal band. Yeah, actually. He's casting Innocence on me. Ow, ow, ow. Innocence hurts. That also hurts.
You shall see and finish what you have started.
Ow. Very fair, that. When he's just smacking away at me while at 1 HP and just going like, I can't die, I'm not finished yet. You know, it's funny, we were doing a quest earlier with a guy saying that something was his by right, and then he died. A little bit like that, actually. Yours is mine by right. Oh, man. Well, we didn't get as many levels as I had expected, but at least we got a good step into Endwalker levels. He'll beat so hard he died. Take this! Right. Well, we did what we set out to do. We will probably be taking a picture for next, for the thumbnail for the next stream. So if you would like to be on that. I was trying to invite people. I don't know if you're already in a group. Are you already in a group? What would be a good place? Okay, Oh, yeah, I suppose Camp Dragonhead would be pretty good. Or at least, rather, the place we went to in Camp Dragonhead. All aboard the magic school bus. Meow. It was pretty funny. I noticed when Nero turns off the radio thingy, whatever he does, like when he stops, like blocks the signal or whatever it is he does when he's about to fight you. I noticed that when he does that, the music just cuts right then and there, and then a few seconds later, like different music turns on instead. But it's just pretty funny that he turns off the speech from Sid and the music. Or Smol Caetsu, the one in the driver's seat? Good question. Absolutely incredibly good question. We might have to bundle up a little closer or find seats in between people. Because it won't be that wide. Yeah, yeah, we could do that one too. Finally, we become Love Knights. BSR? Can I get you to like... That also work. I think I have to get go here instead. Like more central. Why is it so dark out here in the snow? Grr. Perfect. Right. Wonderful Christmas card. Yeah, actually. I don't know if I should wait a second, because the thing is, sometimes with like the difference between Traveler and Wanderer and people on the server, there's a chance if you move that you can actually end up moving in the G-pose windows. I'll just give it a moment, just in case. I don't think it works like that if you're in party together, though. Right. I just wanted to wait for a hand to get their picture. Right. I think Gridania, since that's usually where we have to drop off stuff. And then we will find an inn. Take a picture for the schedule. Merry Christmas from the Chaiji family. Yeah. Wish you were here. Kaimas. Gave him the aux cable. Nero. Excellent question. He made the aux cable. If you think it matters to him, that that you didn't give him one, he'll just make one. Just make an extra one. That's not how it works. This is not how that works. He has an aux cable if he wants one. I'm running out of unique places to stand in an inn. We can use this one again. That'll probably be fine. Right, so we gained like exactly 4 levels, or maybe a bit less than that, given that we only reached level, like we reached level almost 82 and started at almost 79. 78? I think we started at almost 78? Yes, we started at almost 78. Now we're almost 82. And we managed to do the Valentione quest, and we managed to do the role quest, and we managed to do the Dark Knight final quest. The thing we didn't do is there's actually access to, because we did all of the Shadowbringers storylines, there's actually access to the Shadowbringers role quest finale. So we could do that one later. That is at least an option. With that said, I think this brings us to the end of this stream. So if you enjoyed hanging out with the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat on this stream, remember that there is a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you will find most of these people in the chat. I'm pretty sure, at least some of them, I can guarantee. You'll also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is happening on the channel every week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You can also find the announcement room, where I post links whenever there's a new video or stream, whatever it is. It shows up there first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. If you grab that role, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things. You will additionally get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before the stream starts, if there is like some time-sensitive thing. And with that said, if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Remember that if you want to support the channel more directly, there's the membership stuff. There's the super chat stuff. There's also a Ko-Fi page if you prefer to do it that way. All of it is optional. The videos on the channel are for everyone to access. So I don't want you to feel forced, but I appreciate all of the support that everyone has given and chooses to give me. So thank you so much for that, to all of the members and all of the people that have that super chat every so often and all this support. I really appreciate it. Now, with that, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I hope to see you all very soon. And now, we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Who sleeps in full armor, by the way. With a sword on her back, I think. No, she did put that away, at least. Thank you for the membership, for the gifted membership, Emir. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, and good night.